Good morning. We are on day 2 of the hearing in WQCC 25-74. Yesterday, we had some motion discussion. We had some opening statements. We heard from the first department panel, and we went a little ways into the second department panel, including 16 minutes with Eva Zaki-Dalit and 23 minutes, Mr. Connolly. So, and then I understand the last member of that panel will be Chief. If let me first ask, is there anything we need to do this morning as a preliminary matter before we go back to that panel? No? All right, thank you. Mr. Connolly, Ms. Zaki-Dalit, and whenever you're ready. Yes. Yes, certainly.
Yeah, demonstrative 2. Okay, great. Okay. Mr. Connolly, will you continue providing a summary of your testimony and continuing with your next presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, so yesterday we went over program costing and the procedures and the utilization of EPA's model in order to evaluate what the cost would be for the program. Now we're going to go over using that information to develop the allocation for cost recovery, essentially to recover the costs that the Environment Department was spending in a permitting program. Can we advance the slide, please? There were a couple objectives and principles we want to discuss. One, we wanted to recover program implementation costs. This is not a revenue generation task. This is purely recovering costs to implement the permitting programs. We wanted to allocate costs equitably amongst the permit categories, meaning if general permits are equivalent to half the program costs, we want general permits to cover half of the program costs. We also wanted to attempt to align the fees with regulatory workload, and we use workload proxies in order to attempt this. It's obviously not going to be perfect. You can't predict the workload for any individual entity prior to going through the procedures with them, but we used proxies such as how many outfalls they had, the complexity of the facilities, the application of what is referred to as effluent limitation guidelines that are additional regulations promulgated by EPA. We wanted to promote transparency and predictability by having set fees and establish sustainable long-term funding. Again, the fee structure is based on cost recovery and not revenue generation. It's also important to note that enforcement penalties are not available for program support. So any fees brought in through compliance and enforcement do not go towards supporting these permitting programs. That would represent a conflict of interest for the department. Next slide, please. A couple considerations, or a few considerations. Permits are typically renewed on a 5-year cycle. That comes into play. You want to renew approximately 20% of your permits each year, but also you want both application and annual fees. Application fees to help address the costs that are incurred when you first receive that application, such as going out and conducting site visits, reviewing the permit application, working with the discharger to get all of the necessary data to generate the NPDES permit, gather receiving water data, receiving water flow data, and then generate the permit itself with it, which is an exhaustive exercise. You do also want annual fees because there are ongoing annual costs that aren't necessarily tied directly to the facility. Program administration, fee administration, compliance and enforcement readiness are all additional costs that aren't directly tied to any individual permittee, but all permittees must help support so that the program can be implemented equitably and fairly across the board. All right, thank you. So some additional considerations. We allocated costs across major permitting categories based on existing permitted universe. The existing permitted universe is smaller than the anticipated future universe. With the inclusion, and I can't testify to other folks' testimony, but with the inclusion of the state waters, there is presumed expansion of the permitted universe to some degree. At least was my assumption with the discussion with NMAC staff. But initially, we are just assuming the permitted universe in calculating these fees. As more facilities come under the program, these can actually be reduced, and the proposed regs allow for it. Some considerations. Many facilities may not be brought into the program for several years following program implementation. The core program infrastructure must be developed. A large portion of the costs associated with future program expansion will be incurred before the full regulatory universe is realized. We have to develop standard operating procedures. We have to develop procedures for evaluating impacts on the receiving water. How are they going to evaluate the application of dilution potentially or a discharge? There's a lot of programmatic costs that have to be incurred before full program maturity. The proposed regulations require NMAD to calculate the annual percentage fee rate each year based on any legislative appropriation and the projected total annual cost of program implementation. So each year, these program costs are being reevaluated back based on actual data and predictions of the future workload. So if actual program costs or the number of regulated facilities differ from the projections, the annual fee will be updated accordingly. Now note that the regs do allow for an increase of annual fees every 3 years, consistent with the consumer price index. However, the fees can be reduced based on the projected workload on an annual basis. Next slide, please. All right, so now that we have our program cost, we looked at cost allocation, which we'll talk about in a minute. And again, that is assigning certain costs to specific categories, such as all the general permittees, our individual POTWs, and our non-POTWs, which are often just referred to as industrial facilities. Once we have that cost allocation, we can break up the permittees into various categories based on how many outfalls they have, if they're a major or minor, if they are subject to effluent limitation guidelines. And based on those, we developed fee formulas that try to approximate workload proxies. Again, these are not going to be perfect. It doesn't scale perfectly. They are our best attempt at doing so. And from those, we can get our projected revenue. We took those calculated fees, we calculated them for every entity that we knew, and ensured that those values equated to the revenue generation that we need for a fully funded program. Next slide, please. Oh, and I do want to say before I jump into it, with these estimated program costs, the program fees are 100% fully funding the program. That is really worst case scenario. In this case, there is hope for legislative allocations that would reduce these costs. I know there was a commissioner yesterday that specifically asked about regionally how many states are supplemented or with approximately what's an estimate of states that are supplemented through legislative allocation. And if you look at Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, Utah, and Nevada, that's approximately 60% of the cost are by fees and 40% through other means, such as 106 grant funds from EPA, which New Mexico already receives and has allocated to other program components for legislative allocation. Nationally, that's regionally. Nationally, about 45% of the program costs are covered by, and that's based on a report, a study by the Association of Clean Water Administrators. It is fairly dated, but there is nothing more recent where you can quickly gather that data. That was written back in 2000. All right, so these are our costs, just to remind you of what we're trying to recover. It's approximately $8.4 million. And we have estimated costs per program function. Next slide, please. This is when you look at the EPA model and you break out costs by category, you essentially see that about 50% of the costs are due to general permittees. So we assume that 50% of the costs of the program should be incurred by our general permit, which equates to about $3.9 million. For individual POTWs, it's the estimated program costs are approximately 33%. When you look at our allocated fees structure, it doesn't hit that perfectly, but is fairly close at 35% for $2.8 million. And for industrial facilities under individual permits, they're about 17% of the program costs, and our fee structure equates to about 15%. So still fairly close, but not right in the mark at 1.2 million. Next slide, please. A couple things and why we chose to use a workload-based fee. If we were to use a uniform fee approach, that has the potential to underfund permitting and oversight for large, complex facilities and overburden simple and small facilities that generally require less regulatory attention. If you just take the program costs and divide them by the individual permittees, it comes out to about $30,000 to $32,000 per year. And some of these facilities are going to be very, very small and not take nearly that amount of burden. So you don't want to provide them an economic hardship, essentially, when you can distribute those costs based on workload and more attempt to more equitably contribute to cost per workload for the facility. I say that it's not perfect. When you get in the higher ends of the permittees, as you'll see, they are taking on a larger proportion of supporting the administrative program components and compliance and readiness. Facilities that generate higher regulatory demand and higher environmental risk contribute proportionally a larger share of the program funding. So we try to capture that. Workload-based scaling requires the use of our workload proxies or our variables to generate fees. And for POTWs, the only information that we had to base rates on was design flows of the POTWs and if they were a major in mind. Now remember, majors require more regulatory oversight, such as more robust fact sheets being generated in addition to being inspected frequently. Industrials, we knew what type of facility they were, and that's important because it allows us to evaluate if they're subject to EPA promulgated effluent limitation guidelines. These are technological standards that permit writers have to within their NPDES permits. Now, facilities that aren't subject to ELGs or effluent limitation guidelines still need technology-based limits in their permit, but they're generally way less of a burden to generate. So if you have a facility with ELGs, it's generally going to be considered significantly more complex to write that permit. We also had a number of outfalls. This is important because when you are writing the permit, you have to assess the impact of a discharge on the receiving water. This means looking at effluent data, evaluating if there's dilution within the discharge or within the receiving water to which they're discharging, if that receiving water has a similar capacity, if so, how much dilution, and then you are trying to predict downstream pollutant concentrations and comparing those and predicting what those might be using a series of statistics to see if there's going to be an exceedance of the applicable water quality criteria. In addition to that, you have to apply technology-based limits as well to each of those outfalls. So there is a considerable demand that scales with the number of outfalls a permit has. And then we also, again, for industrials, considered if they were a major or a minor. Next slide, please. All right, so we did use spreadsheets to calculate the annual fees and application fees for each entity, known entity. And this is how we verified that our fees were accomplishing cost recovery. Because once you have all that data entered, I can see what everybody's fees are going to be and calculate the total revenue that's being brought in. And that total revenue for permitting is approximately, I know I've got that going to be about $8 million, which is a little bit short of our target. If you factor in the dredge and fill fees, that's an additional 200,000. So about $8.2 million of the 8.4 we need, hoping that gap gets somewhat eliminated through legislative allocation. But we're pretty close. Next slide, please. So this is an example of our fees for publicly owned treatment works, which is one of the categories that we have individual fee schedules for. There's a couple things to talk about on this particular slide. The table on the right, although I know it might be hard to see, provides different rates per gallons of water discharged from a facility. Now, we tried to work in equitability. It works similar to tax brackets. Everybody pays the same for the first 10,000 gallons that are discharged. Every entity, no matter how big or small you are, you're paying exactly the same for the first 10,000 gallons that are being discharged from your facility. The next 15,000 gallons, everybody is also paying the exact same amount for the next 15,000 gallons discharged, and so on and so forth. So there are different rates for each successive flow category. We tried to simplify this by having category caps, which I can show you how to use here. Essentially, if somebody is discharging 30,000 gallons per day, we can look at the category cap, and at 25,000 gallons, they're at, and I can't see it too well, I think it's $297.50. And then you would take the $5,000 and multiply each one of those gallons by 0.0115 cents to get your total cost for that category. So we have these successive rates. Those rates go down per gallon because there are efficiencies gained as you discharge more and more and more. Now, it's not perfect. It doesn't scale perfectly for the larger facilities in terms of exact workload, and I will acknowledge that. So our application fee, the way that we calculate that is our base fee, and a base fee for a major is going to be $5,000, and a base fee for a minor is going to be $2,000. Again, recognizing different level of efforts associated with the regulatory oversight. So you take your base fee, and that is plus when you multiply that plus the design flow times our size factor, essentially using that table there. So again, if it was 25,000 gallons, you would say that's $297.50 times their plus their base fee. So we have some examples for a major. Again, the major base fee is $5,000, and we've got a design flow of 5.5 million gallons per day. We can see from our table there that sorry, this is kind of far away, at $5 million, our category cap is, I think that says $21,160. We still have 500,000 gallons to account for. Oh, thank you. That helps. So we would then go to the next category, and we can see that each one of those gallons is going to be 0.0025 times 500,000. So we've provided that example there, and you can see that the total cost for that facility and their application fee would be $27,410. Similarly, we provided an example for a minor. Remember, our minor has a base fee of $2,000, and they're discharging 75,000 gallons. We can then use the table to the right and see that they are going to have an application fee of $2,810, right? And the hope would be not that applicants have to go through this during implementation of the program themselves. There would be a calculator provided on the website where these costs would be relatively simple for folks to figure out. All right, next slide, please. Right. Similarly, we calculate our annual fees. Now we want, go back one slide, please. We want our annual fees to again be the bulk of the funding, so we don't have peaks and valleys of funding and capacity at Environment Department. We want to retain that capacity so they can be responsive and address any permit backlogs or immediate needs of the regulator. In order to calculate that annual fee, you have your design flow and size factor multiplied by a factor of 4.2. That 4.2 In retrospect, I wish I would have incorporated it into the size factors, but it's what we use to ensure that we were hitting our revenue targets. That is a number that can be modified to, as we're going through our calculations. So we have our design flow times size factor times a multiplier of 4.2 plus our base fee. As an example, for a major facility with design flow of 5,500,000 gallons per day, you have their base fee of $5,000 plus their category or size factor allocation there multiplied by 4.2, and you come up with $99,122. And remember, this is a 100% fully funded program. Many states have these fees reduced greatly due to legislative implications. For a minor facility with a design flow of 75,000 gallons per day, we have a base fee of $2,000 plus the size factor component and a multiplier of 4.2, which comes out to about $5,400. Next slide, please. Now, I want to point out, when you look at these fees, some of those fees sound very high, and I will acknowledge they are high in my experience. Within the NPDES program, I have no problem saying that. Again, hopefully some of that will be addressed through legislative allocation. But one thing I want to point out is if you are going to lower the rates on the higher end, if you're going to assist the 90th, 100th percentiles, you've got in the red square, you've got to increase the costs in the yellow square. Those costs have to be redistributed. We need to fund the program. So to hit the estimated revenue needs, if you'll have to, you change numbers somewhere, you've got to change them elsewhere as well. Next slide, please. I did work through this a little bit just to kind of give you an idea of what that might look like. On this one, I have the current size factors. Now, there's a million ways to do this. Again, this is just to be illustrative. On the example size factor, I increased the rates for the lower volume dischargers. That way, we're redistributing some of those costs from the largest dischargers to some of our, to more universal. So I wanted you to see that was done. Let's go to the next slide. And this slide has animations. So just giving you a warning over there. And those animations are all up at once. Is there a way to go? Yeah, we don't really need to go in the display. I can kind of work us through this. All the way on the far right, if you follow the changes that I made, if you redistribute those cost categories, those size categories, as I had generated, and again, you can do it different ways. This is just for illustrative purposes. You can see that the very top facilities reduced their fees by 23, 22%, and we've increased the fees on the lower end 20-something%, 47%, 30-something%. So we are reallocating those costs. Now, you can look at the existing annual fee, which is the far left highlighted row, existing annual fees. And those are the annual fees for each of those entities as they are proposed within the current regulations. When you then look at that based on the population estimate for each of those entities, you can see the rate impact per person, and this is per year, that are generally far below $1 a month. Now, I was chairman of my utility rate advisory committee in my own hometown. I am very aware municipalities can set their rates very, very differently, and it's not just as simple as per person, but it is a quick way to assess the impacts on a community. You can see it would be less than $1 a year. Even the village of Angel File that's showing up as $12 and something cents per year. We used a very conservative estimate of 1,200. That is a resort town. And during resort season, that population swells to 6,000. There are ways to redistribute that and bring those costs down significantly per person. If you look at, and you can also see that does scale, the rate impact per person when you look at some of the larger facilities are very minor. They have significantly larger populations to help absorb those fees. If you look at the modified rate impact, it shows you that the redistribution of those fees did and shouldering more of the programmatic costs more universally, and it did increase them across the board by the percentages in the far right-hand corner there. But it does bring down our fees moderately for the highest impacted facilities, such as going from 30 cents a year to 23 cents. Next slide, please. All right, for the industrial facilities, again, everything done in spreadsheets. We did factor in all our workload proxies, such as how many outfalls, the category, what type of facility they were, things of that nature, to fully calculate what the revenue generated would be. Next slide. Right, and here is an example of walking through those fee structures. So the application, and it's going to be different because we have different workload proxies. And the reason why we're using different workload proxies is permitting is different for POTWs than non-POTWs. And again, the variables that we have at hand based on EPA data is limited. Industrial, or they can't be based on design flow. Design flow isn't a major factor in permitting for our industrial facilities like it is with a publicly owned tree mill. So we based it on outfalls because those certainly have a big impact on the permitting effort, and if they were a major or minor, and again, if they have applicable ELGs or additional things that would raise the complexity of that permit. For a simple, this is the application for our simple, we have a major with 2 outfalls, and we take our base fee and multiply that by our complexity factor. Now, for most facilities, that's going to be just a 1, so it is just going to be our base fee. And that's going to be, you're going to add the number of outfalls times the base fee times the complexity times a constant of 1.3. Now, again, that constant is reflective of the fact that it allowed us to modify the numbers in order to hit the revenue targets we were trying to for cost recovery of the program. And in this case, a simple major with outfalls has an application fee of almost $15,000, $14,950. For a complex minor with 5 outfalls, you can see we go through the same calculations there, and we come up with an application fee of $54,250. And then for a very complex major with 50 plus outfalls, and it should be noted that we do cap the number of outfalls we consider at 25. At some point, there's just diminishing returns with that. It would be $1 million essentially, and $46,500. Next slide, please. How we calculate our annual fees are just, it's a much more simple number of outfalls plus 1 times our base fee. For a simple major, you have $21,000. For a complex minor with 5 outfalls, you are at $21,000, and complex major with, again, 50 plus outfalls, you're at $162,000. And again, when we look at all the revenue generated from both application and fees, we are simply covering the costs annually. We take those application fees, we divide those by 5 and assume that's distributed amongst a 5-year permit cycle plus the application fees for that. So that's how we came up with those. Next slide, please. So these are the breakouts in terms of percentile, in terms of application fees and annual fees. So the 10th percentile, relatively low, including the 25th. Those don't change because a very large portion of facilities are relatively simple and small. As you get up to the higher end facilities, obviously costs go up significantly more, with the highest facility having an application fee of $293,125 and annual fees around $91,000. This brings in an annual revenue of about $1.2 million. And again, changing fees at one end would impact fees inversely on the other end. We do note that there's 7 facilities with application fees over $100,000, which is the same number for POTWs. And the highest annual fee, although these fees look very, very high, is a minor with 450 outfalls and a complexity factor of 2.5. So that would be a very, very major. Next slide, please. Right, so in addition to individual permits, we're going to have general permits. General permits are the most efficient way that we can permit dischargers. You just need a category of dischargers that can all be effectively regulated through a single permit. Can't do that for everyone, but in the categories you can, which we've tried to identify here, we've come up with fees for cost recovery. And I won't verbally go through all of these, but general application fees are going to be $550, and then annual fees are going to be $800. There's certainly some efficiency gained given the number of permittees covered under the general, and that brings in an estimated total revenue of $3.0 or approximately $3.4 million, bringing in 50% of the surface water permitting programs. Next slide, please. For dredge and fill, we have our application fee, which is base fee times the complexity factor, a relatively simple calculation. So in this case, base fee being $5,000 and a complexity factor of 1. So a relatively simple entity or project would be $5,000. Moderate with a complexity factor of 2.5 would be $12,500, and complex with a complexity factor of 5 would be $25,000. Next slide, please. Annual fees are going to be very similar. We take our base fee times the complexity factor, and these are going to be similar to our annual. Run through these. I will acknowledge with complexity factors, these are not, there's guidance not developed. The program has not been implemented. There is not a dredge and fill program to come up with guidance on determining complexity factors at this time. Generally speaking, we made some assessment of more moderate facilities when we were discussing fees and program costs. Next slide, please. All right, there are a couple considerations that I want to point out that, and I don't know if these are in what is now Exhibit 79 or in the proposed regs due to the changes yesterday. But I wanted to point out 20.6.2 and 20.6.5 did allow for annual program costs to be evaluated for the upcoming fiscal year, and actually requires it before April 30th of each year, and the fees to be adjusted proportionally, also taking into account any legislative allocation. Additionally, there is a potential waiver, a hardship waiver that can be provided for reduction of fees for facilities that are impacted, extremely negative, have hardships due to the fees that are being proposed. There are also the potential to waive fees for certain categories, such as public schools, small municipalities, charities, not-for-profits, religious organizations, or even for permittees who met or surpassed the previous permit conditions and requirements. There was another change. It didn't make it on this particular slide. I believe it's E. I'm trying to remember. There was one more component that I wanted to mention that I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll have to come back to it at some point, so I can't recall it. Right. I will also say that what's not on here is the fees due every 3 years. The Environment Department can elevate fees according to the Consumer Price Index program. Next slide, please. And that's it. Okay. And that wraps up the summary of my testimony on fee development.
Do you want to look at the fee sections to add to finish your thought that you just had? You can.
Oh, sure. I didn't bring them up.
I can bring it to you.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
And you need the fee rules, right? The rules about the fees. Yeah.
And while I'm taking this moment, I will add. Yesterday we talked about program costs, and I acknowledge that the program costs are relatively high. I do want to point out, I did look at permit backlogs. As of October 2025, EPA releases a report on how well states are keeping up to their permit demands. And this is a backlog report, essentially. Now, remember, you want to write 20% of your permits each year because the permits have a 5-year cycle. In EPA Region 6, According to EPA, as of October 2025, Arizona had a backlog of about 20%, 20.1. Louisiana had a backlog of 17.3%. Oklahoma's doing really well with a backlog of just 6.6%, and Texas of 19.3%. Those are the other states in the same EPA region, which has an average of approximately 19% backlog. That is a year behind permit reissuance, essentially. Now, at a federal level, at the national level, there is an average backlog of 21.1%. But this is even worse in some other EPA regions. EPA Region 1, which is the northeastern component of the US, has a backlog of 57.3%. In the Midwest, in Region 8, there is a backlog of 39%. In Region 9, which is the West Coast, like California, Hawaii, Guam, you're looking at 41%. In Region 10, which is the Northwest, they're at a 61% backlog to individual states. So when we talk about program costs, and I say these are high, they are high compared to other states, but those other states aren't meeting their permitting obligations. And permitting backlogs are one of the most visible metrics of assessing a program's ability to meet their regulatory obligations. However, there are numerous other ones that aren't as visible and aren't as apparent. So this is just one metric. If they are this far behind in the backlogs, you can be assured that there are other metrics and obligations that are not meeting. So costs are high, but we are trying to put together a fully funded and effective program. Sorry, I'm just looking for what I was trying to find on that slide. I believe it was probably just the CPI based on what I'm seeing here. So I apologize for wasting it. Is it that one? Oh, thank you, Shelley. It was a late change, and I am pretty sure that it's exhibit 79 at this point, but there was a request in one of the rebuttals, I believe, to prorate annual fees based on when a permit becomes effective, and the Environment Department was responsive to that and did attempt to revise the regulatory language to prorate annual fees on the date of effectiveness.
And do you have anything else you want to add to your discussion today?
I think I'm sure Cross will give me an opportunity to go over many others.
Okay. Okay. So no more questions for Mr. Connolly. And then shifting to the exhibit 79 really quick. I forgot to mention when you asked if we had any administrative matters. I forgot to bring that up. And I just want to be sure before I file it officially that what we discussed yesterday would be just filing the red lines as exhibit 79.
Are the red lines using, excuse me, as a baseline, the March 13th petition?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I will file those so that Pam can work her magic in the meantime. And then I'd like to call our last technical witness on this panel, Shelley Lemon.
I see Mr. Wexler on his feet. You come to a microphone.
I just have a request that they be filed as 79A and 79B so that we can distinguish the two different sets of rules because they're lengthy.
20.6.5 is only 11 pages. But if you want me to split them out, I will.
Well, feels like it's easier so that we can refer to them separately.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wexler.
I'll multitask.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Ms. Lemon, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. Would you please spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Shelley, Shelley. Last name Lemon, Lemon.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, will you please restate your name and position for the record?
My name is Shelley Lemon, and I'm the Bureau Chief of the Surface Water Quality Bureau at the New Mexico Environment Department.
And can you please describe the duties associated with your position?
As Bureau Chief, I currently manage and oversee 3 technical sections and 47 employees who fulfill the state's responsibilities under the Federal Clean Water Act and New Mexico Water Quality Act. Besides programmatic oversight, I also have a mix of organizational administration, strategic planning, and financial management. This includes collaborating with the public, stakeholders, and decision makers, and facilitating coordination between EPA and other public and private entities involved in surface water quality protection, management, and regulation, providing leadership and substantive expertise on technical and policy working groups, overseeing an annual operating budget of approximately $15 million that requires administration of general funds, special revenue funds, interagency transfers, and federal grants, assisting with budget and special appropriation requests, responding to audits, and reporting on performance measures. Planning, setting, and achieving goals set forth in the department's strategic plan, EPA approved work plans, and program planning documents, developing and responding to legislative proposals, and developing regulatory initiatives related to surface water quality protections. And I served as the expert witness during the 2025 New Mexico legislative session, where I testified at 5 legislative committee hearings, provided technical support and professional opinions, and supported the bill's sponsors during both the House and Senate floor votes to pass Senate Bill 21. In addition, since 2020, I have served on the Association of Clean Water Administrators Board of Directors, representing New Mexico, Region 6 states, and the National Association, including serving as Vice President in 2025 and President this year.
How long have you been in your current position?
I've been Bureau Chief since August of 2016 when I became the Acting Bureau Chief, and I officially accepted the position in March 2017.
Did you file your resume as NMAC Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And can you please discuss your educational background, experience, and training?
I grew up in Phoenix and spent summers swimming and exploring Arizona's landscapes and rivers, and throughout high school and college, I was a lifeguard. Having grown up in Arizona, I always valued water as a life source just because of the sheer lack of water. In college, I continued pursuing my interest in natural resources and obtained a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in hydrology from the University of Arizona. I've been a science instructor, dive master, naturalist, and outdoor educator for various camps, high school and middle school science teacher, including teaching hydrology, graduate teaching assistants for an Introduction to Climate Change course for undergraduate students, and a Fundamentals of Water Quality course for graduate students, and a graduate research assistant for an NSF Science and Technology Center known as the Sustainability of Semi-Arid Hydrology and Riparian Areas in Tucson, Arizona. My graduate research focused on the influence of land use and regional hydrology on surface water quality in the San Pedro River, which is a semi-arid river in southern Arizona. After earning my graduate degree in hydrology, I was hired by the Surface Water Quality Bureau as a total maximum daily load writer and prepared watershed planning documents to improve water quality. And I also assessed water quality data for the Clean Water Act, Section 303D and Section 305B integrated report. Over my time in the Bureau, I've also been the Nutrients and Lakes team supervisor, the monitoring team supervisor, the municipal team supervisor, and the monitoring assessment and standards program manager. In these roles, I oversaw and assisted with nutrient criteria development, led a work group to develop the hydrology protocol that distinguishes ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial waters in New Mexico, managed the statewide ambient monitoring program, and collected physical, chemical, and biological water quality data in streams, rivers, and lakes in New Mexico, and developed protocols and plans to ensure the data were defensible. I prepared comments and conditions for Clean Water Act Section 401 certifications of federal permits, conducted compliance evaluation inspections on behalf of EPA, participated in the 2013 and 2020 triennial reviews of water quality standards, as well as a mix of other rulemaking procedures for UAAs and ONRWs, and maintained the Bureau's water quality database and scheduled uploads to data to EPA's national database.
Can you please discuss your prior permitting experience?
Yes, I was the municipal team supervisor in the Surface Water Quality Bureau for a little over a year. In that role, I was a certified EPA NPDES inspector. I conducted inspections on behalf of EPA, reviewed draft permits, and provided comments and feedback to EPA before they issued their permit, and prepared Clean Water Act Section 401 certifications after the comment period closed for submission to EPA. I've taken the EPA Permit Writers course and supplemental nutrients permitting course. I've also reviewed, analyzed data, and prepared comments relevant to regulatory requirements and surface water quality studies and findings on environmental assessments and environmental impact statements submitted to the Bureau for review. As a TMDL writer, I calculated pollutant-specific waste load allocations per permitted facilities in the watershed who discharge or may discharge to the impaired surface water. In my role as Bureau Chief, I regularly review, edit, and sign Clean Water Act Section 401 certifications for NPDES and 404 dredge and fill permits. I also review and confirm Surface Water Quality Bureau comments and surface water requirements related to New Mexico Mining Act permit reviews, and I review and confirm anti-degradation analyses for permits to determine if water quality-based effluent limits are needed, and if so, at what levels.
Thank you. What is the nature of your testimony today?
My testimony provides background and an overview of this rulemaking, including Senate Bill 21, the NMAC rule, and the Surface Water Permitting Rule, clarifies waters of the U.S., or WOTUS, and surface waters of the state, or SWATs, and their importance, identifies prohibitions and exemptions within the rules, and discusses specific components related to point source and dredge and fill discharges, including relevant definitions related to this state's surface water permitting program, temporary authorizations to discharge, individual and general permit requirements, permit conditions, wildlife-specific protections, fees, and program implementation. My testimony supports the department's proposal for a comprehensive and integrated surface water permitting program for point source discharges and discharges of dredged or fill material.
Did you file written technical testimony as NMAC Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And did you file written rebuttal testimony as NMAC Rebuttal Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Do you have any changes you would like to discuss from your written technical or rebuttal testimonies?
Yes, and I'll discuss those in my testimony today, but we have some changes in the department's second amended petition, which will be filed as NMAC Exhibit 79A and B, to be responsive to all parties' testimonies, comments, and EPA feedback, to better clarify terms or processes, and in part to be responsive to natural resource partnerships motions. To summarize the second amended petition, the department amended some definitions in 20.6.2 and 20.6.5 NMAC, fine-tuned exemptions in both sets of rules, included wildlife-specific considerations in the state rule under 20.6.2.2304, 2305, and 2306, clarified the types of compensatory mitigation in subsection J of 20.6.2.2307, and added a provision to allow annual fees to be prorated in the fee sections of both sets of rules.
Do you adopt your written technical and rebuttal testimony here today with those changes?
Yes.
Can you please summarize your testimony on the background and focus of this rulemaking?
We're here today because New Mexico's surface waters are crucial for drinking water, ecosystems, agriculture, recreation, and long-term economic sustainability. However, New Mexico's surface waters are at risk due to federal rollbacks of the Clean Water Act protections, most notably following the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Sackett v. EPA, which left more than 96% of New Mexico's waters unprotected by federal jurisdiction. To address this gap, the department developed surface water permitting rules with stakeholder involvement over the last couple of years, with the goals of protecting our surface waters to ensure clean water for all uses and allowing New Mexico to protect water quality regardless of what is happening at the federal level. The result is a set of corresponding and related rules. The first is the NMAC program in 20.6.5 NMAC, which allows New Mexico to administer the Federal National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES program, and regulates discharges to waters of the U.S. The second is a new state surface water permitting program in 20.6.2 NMAC, which regulates discharges to surface waters of the state, including ephemeral and intermittent streams and wetlands that are not protected by the Federal Clean Water Act. The two programs work together to restore water quality protections lost at the federal level, provide regulatory certainty and clear processes for permitting, protect surface waters through permit conditions and requirements for monitoring, mitigation, and enforcement, maintain tribal consultation, and ensure downstream tribal water quality is not harmed. The department's proposed set of rules follow the structure of existing regulations, include permit fees designed to support the program, establish notification, public participation, appeals, and enforcement processes, and are intended to ensure New Mexico can protect its waters regardless of federal regulatory changes. As proposed, the rules provide a framework and decision-making structure with enforceable requirements for the program. The department did not write the rules to predetermine every future project-specific or site-specific decision. Instead, the department proposed a solid framework that provides some flexibility so the program can adapt as it matures, data improves, tools expand, staff capacity grows, and new or unforeseen issues emerge.
Can you discuss in general the proposal for the New Mexico Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program?
The state is seeking delegation from EPA for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program for point source discharges into waters of the U.S. under federal jurisdiction. The state program is called the New Mexico Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NMAC program, and implements the NMAC Act and applies to anyone who discharges a pollutant from a point source to a water of the U.S. The NMAC rule in 20.6.5 assumes that the state will request delegation for all 5 NMAC program components, which includes municipal and industrial wastewater, general permits, federal facilities, pre-treatment, and biosolids. The rule creates a framework for administering and enforcing the federal program with EPA oversight.
Can you discuss in general the proposal for a state surface water permitting program?
The amendments in 20.6.2 NMAC create a complementary state surface water permitting program to protect water quality in surface waters of the state that are not federally protected by the Clean Water Act. The state permitting program implements the Water Quality Act amendments from Senate Bill 21 related to a state-led surface water permitting program and applies to anyone who discharges from a point source or who discharges dredged and fill material to a surface water of the state that is not under federal jurisdiction. The department's intent is for this set of rules to work holistically to provide statewide coverage and not be duplicative. It will ultimately depend on where an applicant is proposing to discharge, whether that's a NMAC permit or a state permit. But if there's not an applicable exemption or another authorized and enforceable permit that protects water quality, the program scope is intended to be comprehensive, and a surface water discharge permit will be required for those discharges to surface waters.
Can you discuss in general the proposal for fees for the programs?
In my testimony, I explained that both sets of proposed regulations include permit fees. The department included two types of fees, application fees and annual fees, to distribute revenue more evenly across different fiscal years. Fees for individual permits are calculated, whereas fees for general permits are set as flat fees. The department included a provision in each fee section that requires the fees to be adjusted every 3 years to reflect changes in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, or CPIU. The proposed fees are estimated to cover 100% of the cost of implementing the permitting program. However, the fees may be adjusted based on the legislative session and legislative appropriations to support the program. The Secretary may also issue hardship waivers or fee reductions to smaller or resource-limited permittees, and the department recommends adding a provision in the fees section to require annual fees be prorated based on the effective date of the individual permit or general permit coverage. And the projected cost at full implementation is $8.37 million with 57 employees. And Mr. Connolly provided more details on that.
Why did the department propose to address both rules in this rulemaking?
As I mentioned earlier, the department's intent is for this set of rules to work holistically to provide statewide coverage. With the limited scope of federal protections, it's important to ensure water quality protections for state waters and recognize the critical role of New Mexico's aquatic resources in flood control, wildlife habitat, water quality, aquifer storage, and carbon storage. By addressing both rules in this rulemaking, we're ensuring that the rules are consistent, complementary, and aligned. The state permitting program and the MIPD's program, as proposed by the department, should work in tandem as a comprehensive permitting program for surface waters of the state, including waters of the U.S.
Can you please summarize your testimony on the waters of the United States and the surface waters of the state?
My testimony explains that federal protections under the Water Act apply to waters of the United States. Congress left the term undefined, so the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Environmental Protection Agency developed regulations beginning in the 1980s. Since then, there have been several U.S. Supreme Court cases that have narrowed the definition and federal jurisdiction, the most recent being the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Sackett v. EPA, which defines WOTUS as only traditional navigable waters, certain permanent or continuously flowing tributaries, wetlands, lakes, ponds, and impoundments, and waters with a continuous surface connection, making them indistinguishable from a jurisdictional water. Because New Mexico is semi-arid and fewer than 4% of its waters flow year-round, the relatively permanent test leaves most of the waters unprotected under federal law, and despite their hydrologic and ecological importance. However, the U.S. Supreme Court decisions only limit federal jurisdiction and protections. They do not limit a state's ability to regulate and protect its own waters. Surface waters of the state, or SWATs, is broader than waters of the U.S. and refers to surface waters that are protected under the New Mexico Water Quality Act and related regulations, including existing water quality standards in 20.6.4 NMAC. Surface waters of the state include ephemeral and intermittent streams, wetlands, playa lakes, and other surface waters. The Water Quality Control Commission adopted the current definition of surface waters of the state in 2003 to reflect New Mexico's full authority over waters within its borders and to recognize that non-perennial waters are important, make up the vast majority of surface waters in our state, and should be expressly protected.
In your testimony, you discussed the importance of regulating ephemeral streams. Can you please summarize that testimony?
Ephemeral streams are described as the capillaries of a watershed that maintain water quality, recharge aquifers, deliver sediment and nutrients to downstream systems, provide wildlife habitat and corridors, and strongly influence downstream river health. Roughly 88% of New Mexico's surface waters are ephemeral and flow only during storms. Because ephemeral and intermittent waters are hydrologically connected to downstream waters, it is up to the state to adopt regulations and implement a permitting program to prevent or minimize pollutants from being transported from these capillaries and tributaries into major rivers like the Rio Grande and protect downstream water quality for all uses.
In your testimony, you discussed 9 different definitions under 20.6.5 NMAC. Can you please discuss those proposed definitions and any changes made since your written testimony was filed?
The 9 definitions in 20.6.5 NMAC are intended to align the NMIPDES program with both the federal NMIPDES program and parallel state surface water permitting rules in 20.6.2 NMAC. Definitions for commission, department, person, and secretary ensure consistency with existing state regulations in 20.6.2 NMAC and clarify state-specific elements. The department also proposes a definition for tribal water quality standards to support downstream protection requirements. The 4 other definitions referenced in my testimony, which include discharge, permit, regional administrator, and waters of the United States, are also defined in the NMIPDES Act. Overall, these definitions create a coherent framework that supports effective implementation of New Mexico's permitting program and ensures clarity across state and federal regulatory boundaries. The department made several changes to a few of these definitions since I filed my testimony, and the changes will be filed with the second amended petition.
Okay, Ms. Lemon, we're trying to just keep the record clear, and I have a request that you not use that phrase anymore because the commission didn't accept it as an amended petition. Just use Exhibit 79A and B.
Okay. So in Exhibit 79, we made a change to the definition of department. To simplify it, it now just says the New Mexico Environment Department. For person, we added Indian in front of nation, tribe, or pueblo of New Mexico, consistent with federal regulations. For secretary, we included authorized representatives so that the definition now reads, secretary means the secretary of the Environment Department or their authorized representative. For tribal water quality standards, again, we added Indian in front of nation, tribe, or pueblo, and we deleted the phrase "and which are applied in tribal water quality programs" based on comments and a recommended definition from the Pueblo of Laguna, Pueblo of Jemez, and Pueblo of Isleta. Lastly, the definitions for discharge, permit, regional administrator, and waters of the United States are already defined in the NMIPDES Act. And according to the State Records Center, it is acceptable for agencies either to refer in rule to the statutory definition when defining a term or set forth the statutory definition verbatim in rule. Therefore, the department modified these definitions based on the State Record Center's recommendations.
In your testimony, you discussed 13 different definitions under 20.6.2 NMAC. Can you please discuss those proposed definitions and any changes made since your written testimony was filed?
The department proposes several updated and new definitions in 20.6.2 NMAC to support consistent implementation of the state surface water permitting program and to align terminology with the NMAC's program and federal regulations. The department updated definitions for department agency division, discharge permit, and person to ensure alignment between the state program and the NMAC's program. The department proposed new definitions for best management practices, functions, practicable, riparian area, and tribal water quality standards that provide clarity for permitting, mitigation, and downstream protection. The department also reinforced the use of existing definitions for surface waters, wetlands, and toxic pollutants from 20.6.4 NMAC to ensure consistent application of the existing water quality standards and regulatory protections for surface waters, particularly for ephemeral and intermittent waters, and for contaminants that pose risks to human health and the environment, including risks to designated uses. The final two definitions referenced in my testimony are aquatic resources and surface water discharge. These definitions are also defined in the Water Quality Act. Overall, these definitions establish a coherent framework for implementing the new surface water permitting requirements while maintaining consistency with longstanding state water quality standards. The department made several changes to a few of these definitions since I filed my testimony, and the changes are in Exhibit 79 as follows. The department made some minor changes to the definition of best management practices, riparian area, and wetlands. For best management practices, we just changed from dredge and fill discharges to discharges of dredged and fill material. We changed riparian area to riparian habitat to align with the definition of aquatic resources in the Water Quality Act. And for wetlands, we added defined in. So the definition reads, wetlands shall have the same meaning as defined in 20.6.4 NMAC. For department agency division, the department recommends no changes to the existing approved definition in 20.6.2.7 NMAC. The department existing definition reads department, agency, or division means the New Mexico Environment Department or a constituent agency designated by the commission. For person, we added Indian nations, tribes, or pueblos of New Mexico and made a few minor grammatical corrections. For surface waters, the department clarified that waters of the U.S. and erosional features are exempt from the state permitting program because they exist in the definition that we referenced in 20.6.4 NMAC. For tribal water quality standards, we deleted the phrase "and which are applied in tribal water quality programs" based on comments from the Pueblo of Laguna, Pueblo of Jemez, and Pueblo of Isleta. The department also added definitions for functional assessment to support compensatory mitigation and identification of baseline conditions and voluntary restoration project to recognize that restoration projects are a benefit to the surface water, aquatic resources, and watershed because they improve or restore degraded surface waters. And lastly, the definitions for aquatic resources and surface water discharge are already defined in the Water Quality Act. Therefore, the department modified the definitions based on the State Record Center's recommendations.
Can you please summarize your testimony on permitting prohibitions and requirements?
Under the proposed rules, 20.6.5 NMAC governs discharges from point sources to waters of the U.S., while 20.6.2 NMAC covers point source discharges and discharges of dredged or fill material to surface waters of the state, ensuring no pollutant may be discharged without a state-issued permit or approved general permit coverage unless expressly exempted. Together, the NMIPDs and state permitting programs form a cohesive framework that protects our state's surface waters by requiring permit compliance with water quality standards, designated uses, criteria, and anti-degradation policies. The regulations also establish clear record-keeping obligations. Permittees must retain all application materials and monitoring records for at least 5 years, or as long as the permit remains in effect, or longer if required, and all monitoring must use approved methods that accurately represent the discharge or activity. These provisions ensure transparency, accountability, and protect New Mexico's surface water resources.
Can you please summarize your testimony on permitting exemptions?
The permitting exemptions in both 20.6.5.102 NMAC and 20.6.2.2303 NMAC mirror long-standing exemptions under the Federal Clean Water Act and those codified in the NMIPDs Act and Water Quality Act. These rules preserve historic exemptions for agriculture, ranching, forestry, and certain oil and gas activities, and continued protection of water quality without imposing duplicative or unnecessary permitting requirements. For point source discharges, exemptions apply to return flows from irrigated agriculture and agricultural stormwater runoff, specific oil and gas field activities where runoff is not contaminated, stormwater discharges from normal silviculture activities, and discharges already regulated under another enforceable state or federal permit, unless there is a threat to water quality or public health. For dredge and fill activities, exemptions include normal, ongoing farming, ranching, and forestry practices, maintenance and emergency repair of serviceable structures, construction or maintenance of farm roads, acequias, irrigation and drainage ditches, construction of temporary sediment basins that do not place fill into surface waters, and construction or maintenance of farm, forest, and mining roads using BMPs, or best management practices. Discharges already regulated under another permit are also exempt unless there's a hazard or risk violating water quality standards. However, consistent with federal section 404 rules, exemptions do not apply if the activity introduces toxic pollutants or if new activities convert previously unused surface waters, such as wetlands, into agricultural production. The department has made a couple of changes to the exemption since I filed my rebuttal testimony in response to the Natural Resources Partnerships motions. The changes are in Exhibit 79 and include retaining composed entirely in the agricultural return flow exemptions and clarifying that the department will presume that a discharge subject to a NMIPDs permit, a groundwater discharge permit that requires containment of contaminated water and dredged and fill material to prevent a surface water discharge, or a federal permit for which the department has issued a Clean Water Act Section 401 certification qualifies for an exemption.
In your testimony, you discussed the elements of the surface water permitting program. Can you please summarize your testimony on individual permits for the NMIPDs program?
Under 20.6.5.301, the NMIPDs rule establishes detailed procedures for submitting individual permit applications and renewing, modifying, transferring, and terminating permits, including strict timelines, document retention requirements, and mandatory compliance plans for facilities who are out of compliance. The Secretary may modify or revoke permits following federal criteria, and the rule incorporates federal processes for variance requests, mandatory denial conditions, and pre-treatment program requirements for publicly owned treatment works. The rule also gives the department clear authority to inspect facilities, including collecting data and information to evaluate an application.
Can you please summarize your testimony on individual permits for the state permitting program?
Similar to the NMIPD's rule, in 20.6.2.2304 NMAC, it outlines the state process for individual surface water discharge permits, requiring complete applications, early coordination through pre-application meetings, and extensive disclosures related to applicant identity, violations history, and project details. Requirements differ for point source discharges versus discharges of dredged or fill material, with dredged or fill projects requiring mapping of aquatic resources, impact assessment, and avoidance, minimization, mitigation, sequencing information. The state rule also provides procedures for renewals, modifications, revisions, transfers, and terminations, ensuring accountability, proper notice, and continued protection of surface waters. The rule also gives the department clear authority to inspect facilities, including collecting data and information to evaluate an application. Since I filed my rebuttal, the department made a couple of changes to subsections A and B of 20.6.2.2304 in response to further discussions with Sportsmen and Wildlife Advocacy Group and the New Mexico Department of Wildlife. The changes are in Exhibit 79, which modify 20.6.2.2304A to promote pre-application meetings with the department and other agencies during development of an application, and amending subsection C, paragraph 2H, to require pre-application meetings with the department and New Mexico Department of Wildlife to coordinate and assess if the discharge will adversely impact vulnerable aquatic life and whether any specific actions, measures, or considerations are required. The individual permit requirements under both the NMIPD's program and the state surface water permitting program establish comprehensive parallel frameworks that ensure surface water discharges comply with state and federal water quality protections.
Can you discuss your testimony on general permits for both the NMIPD's and the state programs?
The proposed general permit regulations under the NMIPD's program in 20.6.5.302 NMAC and the state program in 20.6.2.2305 NMAC create a streamlined, efficient mechanism for regulating categories of similar discharges through a single permit, rather than requiring individual permits for each facility. For example, general permits may be issued and used for stormwater discharges, pesticide applications, concentrated animal feeding operations, aquaculture, and wildfire response for point sources, and infrastructure maintenance, utility line activities, stream bank stabilization, linear transportation projects, and voluntary restoration projects for discharges of dredged and fill material. General permits establish uniform requirements and conditions for all eligible dischargers, ensuring consistency, transparency, and regulatory fairness, and permittees know in advance the standards and obligations associated with each general permit type. Under the proposed rules, the Secretary may issue, renew, modify, revoke and reissue, terminate or deny renewal of a general permit based on defined criteria, and any person may request such an action by submitting a written fact-supported request. If the Secretary determines the request lacks justification, only a brief explanation is required and no public notice, comment, or hearing is triggered because there's no action that will be taken. Since I filed my rebuttal testimony, the department has made a couple of changes in 2305. The changes are in Exhibit 79 and include adding a new subsection to note that the secretary may consult with other state, tribal, or federal agencies and reflect their view in the statement of basis, the fact sheet, or the draft permit, stipulating that general permits must specify eligibility requirements for the general permit. So in each general permit, there will be eligibility requirements detailed for being able to request coverage under that general permit, and adding wildlife specific considerations to general permits, such as avoiding sensitive species or habitat and requiring any reasonable conditions specified by another agency that are necessary to minimize adverse impacts to species or habitat. Overall, these provisions support predictable category-wide water quality protections while preserving administrative flexibility for both the department and the regulated community.
Can you please discuss your testimony on general permit coverage for both the NMIPDs and state programs?
The general permit coverage sections in 20.6.5.303 and 20.6.2.2306 create clear, streamlined processes for authorizing discharges under general permits by requiring applicants to submit timely notices of intent for point sources or pre-construction notifications or dredge and fill activities, which the department must review for completeness within 15 days and for eligibility within 30 days. Incomplete or ineligible applications require correction or an individual permit, and the department must maintain a list of coverage requests, approved coverages, and terminated coverages, and post that list online. The regulations establish detailed procedures for transferring, modifying, terminating, and terminating coverage, ensuring that liability remains with the existing permittee until a transfer is approved, and allowing the secretary to act when non-compliance, misrepresentation, or changes in conditions occur. Coverage automatically ends if an individual permit is issued and if a general permit expires. Continuity of coverage is preserved until the general permit is reissued. The rules also specify when an individual permit must replace a general permit coverage, such as when discharges pose higher risks or occur in outstanding national resource waters. And the rules provide procedures and deadlines for those transitions. Additionally, in 28.6.2.2306 NMAC, emergency permits may be issued for dredge and fill activities when immediate action is needed to protect life or property, with strict limits on duration, scope, and restoration. The department also added a subsection for temporary authorizations that allow approval of stormwater and dredge and fill discharges that would normally qualify under federal general permits if they were discharging to a water of the U.S., and authorizes these types of discharges until New Mexico can issue its own general permit. Applicants must submit a notice of intent or pre-construction notification and comply with federal equivalent requirements and best management practices. And these temporary authorizations will only be issued between 2027 through 2029, with each authorization valid for 3 years. So the temporary authorizations are meant to help with the interim period while the department can issue general permits that people can qualify coverage for. Since I filed my rebuttal testimony, the department has made a couple of changes to section 2306, which are in Exhibit 79, and include encouraging applicants to arrange and participate in pre-application meetings with the department and other agencies to assess if the discharge will affect vulnerable aquatic life, and requiring a list of affected aquatic resources, including vulnerable aquatic life and at-risk wildlife or habitat in the project area in the notice of intent or pre-construction notification requesting general permit coverage.
Can you please discuss your testimony on permit conditions?
The permit conditions in 28.6.2.2307 NMAC require all surface water permittees to meet water quality standards and protect aquatic resources through monitoring, reporting, record retention, contingency planning, treatment system reliability, and notifications of project or facility changes, including notice to downstream nations, tribes, and pueblos. Permit conditions that apply to all permits include enforceable duties to comply, reapply, provide information, support inspections, avoid and minimize impacts, and properly operate treatment systems. Point source permit conditions include technology-based, quality-based effluent limits, compliance schedules as needed to meet effluent limits, pollutant minimization plans to control or eliminate pollutants, anti-backsliding requirements, and special provisions for aquaculture and cooling water intake structures. For dredge and fill activities, permit conditions require avoidance and minimization of impacts, project designs with the least adverse effects, floodplain connectivity, riparian buffers, and additional conditions modeled after the department's Clean Water Act Section 401 certifications. Unavoidable impacts trigger compensatory mitigation proportional to the type and extent of ecological loss, with plans evaluated for ecological success, watershed relevance, and sustainability, with flexibility for the Secretary to adjust requirements where impacts are minimal or alternative approaches are more environmentally appropriate. Collectively, these conditions create a comprehensive and enforceable framework to ensure that all categories of discharges maintain water quality and minimize harm to New Mexico's aquatic resources.
In your written testimony, you discussed some other proposed amendments. Can you please summarize your testimony on the clarification of foundational elements governing the application and interpretation of the NMIPD's regulations?
So in sections 20.6.58 through 11, establish core interpretive and legal principles for the NMIPD's program. They clarify that compliance with these regulations does not relieve permittees from any other state or federal requirements, that the regulations must be liberally construed to fulfill the protective purposes of the NMIPD's Act, and that if any provision is held invalid, the remainder of the rule remains in effect under the severability clause. The savings clause ensures that amendments or new regulatory actions do not disrupt existing permits or ongoing enforcement, and together these provisions maintain continuity, reinforce statutory intent, and support consistent implementation of the NMIPD's permitting framework.
Can you please summarize your testimony on conflicts of interest?
The conflict of interest section is in 20.6.5.103 NMAC, and it prohibits any commission member or the secretary from approving or denying a permit if within the previous 2 years they received a significant portion of income from the permit applicant or permit holder. The regulation defines significant portion of income and income for clarity and expressly excludes state agencies from being considered permit holders or applicants, ensuring impartiality in permitting decisions while preventing unintended restrictions on state employment relationships. The department added a clarifying sentence to this section in response to concerns raised by EPA, and the change was filed in Exhibit 79, which states if a conflict of interest exists, then that member must recuse themselves from all NMIPD's permitting decisions.
Can you please summarize your testimony on enforcement for both programs?
The enforcement provisions in 20.6.5.501 NMAC in 20.6.2.1220 NMAC strengthen the department's ability to address violations by allowing the use of credible information from department investigations, third parties, and specific to surface water discharges, New Mexico's nations, tribes, and pueblos, including information related to violations of tribal water quality standards. Where am I? I'm missing a page. Thank you. For the NMIPD's program, enforcement procedures address compliance orders, citizen participation, available defenses, and evaluation of credible information. The rules ensure due process through established hearing procedures, require the department to review and respond to citizen complaints, allow citizen involvement in enforcement where permitted by law, and mandated public comment on proposed settlements. They also clarify when permit compliance constitutes compliance with sections of the Clean Water Act and when it may serve as an affirmative defense. Together, these provisions promote transparency, accountability, and enforcement across both permitting programs.
Can you please summarize your testimony on the separation of the groundwater and surface water permitting regulations?
The department proposed amendments throughout 20.6.2 NMAC to clearly separate the groundwater permitting requirements from the new surface water permitting program and to update citations to the Water Quality Act consistent with changes adopted in Senate Bill 21. These updates appear across multiple sections to ensure accuracy and consistency. Additionally, the department recommends deleting sections 2100 and 2102 because they are outdated and no longer necessary with the adoption of the new surface water permitting regulations.
Can you please summarize your testimony on the effective dates of the regulations?
The surface water permitting regulations adopted under 20.6.2 NMAC become effective 30 days after filing with the State Records Center and Archives as required by law. For 20.6.5 NMAC, the department will finalize the effective date at the hearing, but the rules specify that the requirement to obtain individual or general NMIPD's permits will not take effect until the EPA and state memorandum of agreement for program delegation becomes effective. This ensures that the permitting obligations begin only once federal authority formally transfers to New Mexico.
And is there anything else you would like to discuss here today?
I just want to reiterate that a well-designed program requires a clear regulatory framework for legal consistency and transparency, technical guidance for implementation consistency and scientific applicability, and flexibility so the program can adapt as it matures, statewide data improve, tools are developed, staff capacity grows, and new or unforeseen issues arise. Because this is a newly created state surface water permitting program, technical work will evolve as staff gain experience and the statewide data improve. The department must be able to refine and improve implementation over time. Locking ourselves into an overly technical or burdensome methodology before we can test it out and determine if those requirements are even needed in New Mexico will undermine efficiency and delay water quality protections, often with or potentially with minimal or limited benefits. I also want to reiterate that the fee structure is designed to support the program and offers flexibility for legislative appropriations and opportunity for waivers and fee reductions to mitigate impacts to smaller or resource limited permittees. These are an investment in the long-term water quality protection in our state and ensure that the program is adequately funded so we can prevent contamination events to the best of our ability. As we all know, clean water has broad economic benefits, supports agriculture, municipal water supplies, recreation, and economic development. and preventing contamination is consistently cheaper than cleaning it up afterwards. The fee structure is designed to be proportional, transparent, and tied to real resource needs. New Mexico is the 5th largest state in our country. It's only smaller than Alaska, Texas, California, and Montana. Its permit universe is equally large and demanding, with approximately 4,000 known permittees statewide. The program must be adequately staffed to handle this responsibility without delays or reduced protections. Legislative oversight of the department's annual budget and program performance measures should provide guardrails to ensure the program is fiscally responsible while providing essential services to the citizens of New Mexico, namely preserving, protecting, and improving surface water quality for present and future generations.
Thank you. Have any further questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott and Ms. Lemon. We need a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 10:55. All right, thank you, Pam. When we broke, Ms. Lemon, the third member of the second department panel, had completed her testimony. So we'll turn now to questioning. And just as a reminder, each party has up to 90 minutes. Mr. Mullenberg, Mr. Boutier, who'll be kicking off here? You're Mr. Rossi?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I will be conducting the cross-examination of Mr. Connolly. Mr. Mullenberg will be conducting the other cross-examinations, and we'll reserve our time for him. Time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Connolly. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
As I understood your presentation, there were two assumptions built into the EPA NPDES costing model that you used. One was levels of effort, I believe, or LOE defaults, as you described them. Is that correct?
That their level of effort estimates are taken into account in the EPA model, yes, sir.
Okay. And those are all EPA default
No,
values?
There were discussions with NMAD on multiple inputs, and based on my relevant experience and other program experts that we had available, we modified them when we deemed it appropriate.
Were all of them modified or some?
No, some of them.
Which ones?
It would be, I'd have to go back and compare the defaults, but I could tell you, for example, the permit writing for general permits, we probably reduced. In some cases for individuals, we may have increased it slightly based on my experience working with states. The individual inputs were assessed, and talking with New Mexico and what they were looking for in their program, we reevaluate them. But I'm sure if you use the regulatory universe, you put in the same regulatory universe, I do not believe that the cost changes would be significant.
Is there documentation of these alterations?
The
defaults, rather, sorry.
We did not make, I actually have ones where there was defaults. In my own spreadsheets, for example, for CAFO general permits, there is a default of 3,600 hours assumed by EPA. We used 1,800 hours. For other general permits, again, EPA assumed 3,600 hours. Based on my experience, we can do this significantly faster at 1,800 hours. So I did take notes and document where I made modifications.
Is there documentation of the rationale for the alterations?
In some cases, yes. In many other cases, it's an assessment of, my own expertise, saying, well, it doesn't take that long, or that's going to take longer for that particular.
Okay. The other set of assumptions I heard were workload drivers. Is that correct?
Line items that have been identified by EPA that constitute an entire full NPDES program. Yes, sir.
And again, same question. Were they all EPA defaults?
I believe for the most part, they were all EPA defaults. That is, we used those workload drivers as specified.
So no alterations were made in that case.
I do not recollect any changes to those. Now, on many of them, there are some cases where we don't anticipate that activity occurring, so we may have used 0.
You testified that, and I'm quoting here your direct testimony, the current universe of EPA permitted facilities and developed estimates of how many discharges would remain. You testified that NMAC took the current universe of EPA permitted facilities and developed estimates of how many discharges would remain subject to the NDPES program and how many would instead fall under the state waters permitting program. Do you recall that testimony?
I don't recall that particular statement. I wouldn't be surprised if I stated that. That seems like something I might say. If I did state that, I will add a correction in that we don't know exactly where the waters are going to be delineated. So, that is a large effort to actually map. You would have to wait till program implementation to map out and figure out who is subjected to waters of the state, waters of the U.S. But in terms of costing, it's going to be the same program for both state waters and federal waters.
But, sorry.
We just want to ensure that the program is consistent. What you don't want to create is an environment in which dischargers say, oh, I want to do business there because it's I can pollute easier there, or you want consistency across the board, equitability for both state waters and federal waters. That is a very important component. So breaking them out, and I think in mine I did break them out. I broke them out by the existing universe, and I may have mislabeled them. So I will acknowledge that the existing universe and then state waters, and the state waters really representing the increase in facilities that we would expect to pick up by expanding the state waters, because those state waters, there were waters that were obviously aren't going to be waters of the U.S. anymore, and they'll become state waters, but there were existing state waters as well. And you have to account for the increase in permittees that will occur from that activity.
Yeah, I'll just quote your testimony here and just tell me if I want to get it exactly verbatim and tell me if it's a NMAC staff reviewed the current universe of EPA permitted facilities and developed estimates of how many dischargers would remain subject to the NPDES program and how many would instead fall under the state permitting program. Is that no longer your testimony?
I would modify that to indicate, with that comment, all I was trying to do was to indicate that we were trying to assess the universe based on the existing universe and then additional facilities that would be picked up by including state waters. So yes, I would say that statement needs to be corrected.
Okay, so you're saying that NMAC, in making an assessment of the permitting universe, did not have to ascertain what dischargers currently governed by the federal NDPES program are no longer discharging into WOTUS post-SACIP. Is that your testimony now?
I would, if I can modify that, because that was not my intent with that statement. I'm sorry that was misleading. The intent was simply to, again, indicate that we are accounting for all the facilities that fall in the current waters of the U.S., and then additional facilities we assumed would be captured.
So are all the additional facilities counted in your state water permitting program? You have a table that shows a count.
Mm-hmm. You can combine those to be accurate, combine those, and you would have the categories, and then this is how many dischargers we believe are going to be subject to the program.
Okay. I'm still trying to understand. So I understand that there was a portion of the state water program that was based on estimates of dredge and fill permits, right? 200 dredge and fill permits you conservatively estimated, I believe.
Yeah, 200, and then 200 under the general permit program, and I think we assumed 2 to 4 under falling under individual permit.
But there were other entities as anticipated falling under the state surface water program, other entities,
Yes.
and those aren't dredge and fill permits.
Those are not dredge and fill. Those would be under the surface water permitting program,
Right.
falling either under NPDS or the state surface water permitting program, or and for the purposes of calculating programmatic costs, it doesn't matter which one they fall into. It's going to be the same activities and level of effort, whether they fall in the state waters or the waters of the U.S.
So is it now your testimony that table where you break out what entities are regulated under NDPES and what entities are anticipated to be regulated under the state surface water program, you're saying we should view those as combined?
What I'm saying is that the Environment Department does not currently have the ability to ascertain which ones are necessarily with a level of assurity, which ones are going to fall under the state, which ones will fall under the federal NMPDES program. But for the purposes of costing, it's not going to make a difference. I did, when I costed, I did one under the NPDS with the existing NPDS universe and one under state waters with facilities we anticipate would be added to the program.
Okay.
I did not look at the two programs as different. I know technically there is a difference, but in terms of implementation, it'll be the same staff, same level of effort, same workload drivers, same items. You want consistency amongst those programs.
Okay. You also mentioned that as part of your method, you consulted with the state of Idaho surface water permitting program. Is that correct?
We did have a call with the state of Idaho.
And what was that information that you obtained from that?
They are the most recent state to obtain NPDES primacy. There are only 3 remaining states that do not have NPDES program primacy designated by EPA or delegated by the EPA. Since they were the last, we discussed cost assumptions with them, and we felt significantly more confident in our program costing after discussions with their.
You testified that in your direct testimony that comparisons between state surface water permitting programs to evaluate a proposed program should ideally focus on states with, I think you say, similar demographics, climate, and geography. You recall that testimony?
That certainly helps. Yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
There are characteristics that do impact discharge here, or your surface water characteristics. But I will say, I write permits across the country, and I work for a company that we make our living writing permits across the country.
Mm-hmm.
I am constantly trying to get new works, writing permits. I can ascertain the LOE on a fairly consistent basis from one state to the next. There are things that are important to consider, but it's more predominantly about the state's determinations and the application of their regulations, which can be impacted by climatic conditions.
Why is demographics significant?
Demographics in terms of what types of businesses, like in New Mexico, you have many mines, which is not something that we deal with a lot in Virginia, for example. So that's going to impact. Mines have different set of effluent limitation guidelines that are applicable than, say power plants, which we deal with a lot, or desalination facilities in California. So understanding the demographics helps ascertain, the service population that you're going to be.
And why is geography important?
Geography in terms of, for example, if you're coastal, you're going to have an inland program, and you're also going to have a coastal program. I'm sure it impact. I have to think about this a little bit more. I don't want to talk faster than my brain works. But I mean, that would be the predominant one in geographic location. All the coastal states, well, I can't say all of them, but many have different procedures for dealing with estuary and coastal discharges as opposed to inland surface water bodies.
Is Idaho similar to New Mexico in terms of demographics?
I cannot speak to that with authority. We didn't do a full assessment. It was more of an overall, how are you finding program startup impacting your estimate moving forward?
Is Idaho similar to New Mexico in terms of geography?
No.
Is Idaho similar to New Mexico in terms of demographics?
No.
You testified that NMED staff estimated approximately 200 dredge and fill permits annually. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You call that a reasonable planning assumption rather than a precise forecast. Can you explain the distinction?
Sure. We don't know, again, exactly how many dredge and fill activities will need permitting. But based on historic data that we were able to gather from the Corps, annually, it's estimated about 202 permits a year.
What makes the 200 permit assumption reasonable, in your view?
Historical precedents.
Okay. You testified that you use the anticipated permitting program universe of regulated entities to estimate program costs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you use the existing permit universe to calculate fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So what's the difference between the existing and anticipated permitted universes? What entities are left out of the former?
What we refer to as the state, the state waters ones that are broken out, those would not be incorporated. So as those are incorporated, as that permitted universe increases, those fees will actually come down.
Okay.
We showed worst case scenario. We didn't want to come in here overly optimistic. We wanted to put the worst out in front and answer questions related to those. But as more facilities are incorporated into it, those fees are expected.
Okay. You made some comparisons to other states that you testified were supportive of the proposed rule, correct?
I don't know exactly what part of my testimony you're referring to, but if you are referring to when I was just trying to give the audience, depending, that could be the public or that could be the commissioners, that could be the industries. I wanted to give some idea of fee structures, the difference between fee structures, and what goes on in other states. And admittedly, those states aren't equivalent to New Mexico in many different manners, but you need to give people some basis in which to say this is unreasonable, this is unreasonable. And again, I acknowledge high fees, high program cost. With those comparisons, I just wanted to be transparent and lay them up front for everyone.
Okay. So when you said, for example, like Arizona, Nevada's permitting fees provide another supportive comparison in New Mexico's proposed fee structure.
Sure.
Okay. You testified that fees for wastewater and general permits in Arizona, I'm quoting you here, use increasing fees based on factors related to the permit which I think you meant which. So use increasing fees based on factors related to the permit, which, like New Mexico's proposed fee schedule, integrate complexity. You recall that?
I don't recall those exact words, but that sounds accurate.
Do you have any reason to doubt that that's what you wrote?
I don't.
Okay.
I believe that to be accurate.
Okay. NMED's proposed fee schedules for individual discharge permits for industrial dischargers calculate fees using complexity as a factor, correct?
I believe that would be correct.
Right. Are fees for industrial dischargers in Arizona calculated based in part on whether the facility is major or minor?
Off the top of my head, I don't know that. I would have to go and look up their fee structure. But they may be, or they may not be. Again, in my testimony, I was trying to give some ideas of the metrics that many states use and the diversity states can use for generating fees.
Okay. Are fees for individual discharge permits for industrial dischargers in Arizona calculated using complexity as a factor?
I would have to look that up again.
Are fees for industrial dischargers in Arizona calculated using number of outfalls?
I would have to look that up.
Okay. Does NMED's proposed fee schedule for publicly owned treatment works, or what you're calling POTWs, calculate fees for such discharger using a size factor?
The proposed for New
The
Mexico?
proposed rule, yeah.
Yes, sir, they do.
Are fees for publicly owned treatment works in Arizona calculated using a size factor?
I do not believe that they are.
Okay. Are fees for publicly owned treatment works in Arizona calculated based in part on whether the facility is a major or minor?
I'm not certain.
What are the factors used to calculate fees for POTW in Arizona?
Size factor, so the design flow of the facility, and then if they are major or minor. And again, the more information we can get more specific in workload drivers or workload proxies, but the data, again, provided by EPA is relatively limited, and you also want to keep these things relatively simple. So we use major minor designation and size factor.
All right,
There are additional fees if there's like a pre-treatment program.
does Arizona have a state dredge and fill program?
I don't know for sure, but I would say no, because not very many states do at all.
How much time do I have I used? Madam Hearing Officer. 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. You testified that the fee structure for Nevada also increases based on complexity of the permit that considers size and flow. However, there are some notable differences. Do you recall that testimony?
I don't recall. I wrote that testimony looking at fees, which I am not looking at right now. So
okay.
I put trust in what I wrote.
Okay. And I guess same questions. Are fees for individual discharge permits for industrial dischargers in Nevada calculated using, for example, complexity as a factor?
I don't know.
Okay. Major, minor?
Again, I'm off the top of my head. I do not.
Okay. Does Nevada have a state dredge and fill program?
I can't speak to that with 100% assurity, but again, dredge and fill programs are incredibly rare. So I would say no.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer, Shelley Lemon might be able to answer some of these questions if you are open to input from another technical witness.
I'm open to input, but I think this is well within the scope of his testimony.
I'm not saying it's beyond the scope. I'm just saying if you want an answer to your question, you have another witness that might be able to answer it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You testified that I think you just testified that the fees in the proposed rule are high. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
When you said high, I guess you're saying they're high compared to other states, correct?
That is correct.
Can you give an example of a proposed fee that is higher than other states?
I would say at the higher end of the POTW fees and at the industrial fees, if they're higher than many states.
Are they higher than all the states you've looked at?
No.
You also testified in this context that other states are not administering their programs optimally. Is that correct?
I don't know if I stated that, but that there are many. I said they are not administering their programs optimally.
Yeah. That they, for example, have higher backlogs than you would recommend or you think is
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you referring only to those states that have lower fees than the proposed ones?
No, I am not.
Okay. You said that the EPA regions at the EPA region 6, there's an average backlog of roughly 20%. I think that's what your testimony was.
19%.
19%. And that's not optimal for you.
Optimal is not the word.
Tell me the word.
They're not meeting their obligation. And I can tell you why that I believe that.
Please.
Right? So generally speaking, within the NPDES program, a permittee submits an application at least 6 months in advance. And then that permit, before permit expiration, the ideal is that the permit is reissued prior to permit expiration. There should not be theoretically a backlog. Now, there's always going to be some backlog. There are permits where the process gets held up for various reasons. The discharger needs to do special studies. So there is some backlog That is understandable, but I would say that backlogs exceeding or close to 20% are certainly demonstrating that the facility is not renewing NPDES permits prior to the expiration of their existing permits.
Is it your testimony that the backlog, the average backlog at EPA Region 6, is because the permitting fees in other states are too low?
Not completely, but I feel very strongly that it is a contributing factor. There are many states that are not fully funded and fully staffed and unable to meet the permitting demand. I have personal experience working with states where dischargers have reached out to them for permit modification 1 or 2 years into their permitting, their new permit. And remember, these are 5-year permit cycles asking for a modification. And the state directly tells them, we don't have capacity to do that. You need to wait for your 5-year permit cycle. We have a huge backlog. We cannot reassess, reallocate capacity to address a permit modification 1 to 2 years in. And in fact, this is starting something where facilities or entities are now looking to states to say, and at the risk of sounding like this is marketing, they're saying, find us a contractor that you trust that can write our permit and we will pay them directly. And they're willing to pay premium prices to get an NPDES permit quickly because the state cannot get to their permit effectively.
Are there states that have lower permitting fees than the ones set forth in the proposed rule that have, in your view, a backlog that is acceptable?
There are states with low backlogs. There are a lot of factors that go into low backlogs. I can tell you that there have been states that have been evaluated by EPA, and my company does this, by the way. We perform permit quality reviews, or PQRs, where EPA goes and looks at how a state is implementing an NPDES program. And in states, well, all states have some deficiencies, and some of those are understandable. But we do see a lot of issues associated with low fees impacting capacity to carry the permit load. It is not a one-to-one, though, and I'll acknowledge that. When we were assessing program costs, for example, for New Mexico, I did not assume that New Mexico was going to be the most efficient state that I've ever seen. I used a median assessment, right? Because they may get there. They may become the most efficient state that I've ever seen, but you wouldn't go into program costing with them.
So is it fair to say there are many reasons why a state might have a large backlog? One could be low permitting fees.
A major would be low permitting fees, in my opinion.
Okay. Are there states with comparable fees as the ones that are proposed?
There are states that take into account workload proxies, such as we have, but there is no fee structure that is exactly like New Mexico.
Okay.
Proposed fees.
Are you familiar with the changes to the rules fee schedules in 20.6.5 and 20.6.2 NMAC in the second amended petition, which is now Exhibit 79A and B?
I
Were you involved in those changes?
I was consulted and we discussed those changes, yes.
You advised the department on those changes?
Many of those changes were through rebuttal, in public comment.
Does your rebuttal testimony address the changes?
Many of the changes were incorporated. I believe one of them actually proposes some, would have to look through my rebuttal, but I do believe that there is one change in my rebuttal that I do recommend and indicate that the Environment Department is considering. I don't remember what that one is.
Could you summarize the changes to the proposed fee schedules?
The big one would be the modification to allow for, what is it called? If they start mid-year, they're not paying for a full year of permit coverage. That would be the most significant.
Any other significant ones?
I'd have to go through these.
We may not have time, so yes.
Off the top of my head, I can't just rip. I'd have to look at it.
Yes.
And I do not have the best memory.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Hardship waiver.
Mr. Mullenberg, you're only going to be able to do about a half hour so that we can take a lunch break before public comment.
Okay,
Thank you.
and I have about a little over an hour left.
Yeah, an hour and 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. That's very little.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm going to begin with you, Ms. Zaki Delit, and am I pronouncing that right?
It's Zaki Delit.
Zaki Delit. Okay, thank you.
Zaki. It's a Z, not an S. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Zaki Delit, you are a contractor to the Environment Department. Is that right?
I'm a consultant, yes.
And does that mean you are speaking for the department, or are there limitations on your speaking for the department?
There would be limitations. I'm more an expert witness for them and working as a consultant.
Okay. You are not a lawyer, correct? So your testimony is not intended to give any legal opinions, correct?
No.
And that means you're not intending to give legal opinions, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Your testimony discusses your experience with the Army Corps of Engineers. Was that experience as a contractor or employee of the federal government?
You have to wait for him to finish his question.
Yes, and as a federal employee. So you can go and give your answer again.
I was a federal employee.
Yes, thank you. Were you involved in drafting the department's proposed rule?
Which one?
Well, let me speak to.
This proposed, I thought you meant as the Corps. There were many proposed rules for. In this, no.
Correct, and I referred to the department. So
One at a time.
right, yeah. If you can just listen to my questions and wait till I'm finished, and that will certainly help the court reporter. And then also, I'm going to be asking you a number of questions. So if you'd limit your answer to what's needed to answer the question, so we don't take up more time than necessary, I would appreciate it. So were you involved in drafting the department's proposed rule? And here I'm referring to proposed 20.6.2 amendments and 20.6.5.
I've actually only been a consultant for ERG, and I'm working with the department for about 2 months. And so I would say, no, those were drafted a long while ago.
Okay, thank you. So being familiar with the Army Corps of Engineers, would you agree that the Army Corps of Engineers will continue to issue permits for discharges of dredged and fill material in New Mexico to the extent those discharges are made to waters of the U.S.?
I cannot speak for the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm not employed with them any longer.
Okay, so you're not aware whether they will or will not continue to issue dredge and fill permits in New Mexico?
Is that they would be, but I've been out of that for about a year now, and I'm sure they've drafted additional guidance and things after the SACA decision. I'm not willing to speak for what they will or will not do.
Throughout your testimony, you emphasize the need for the department to retain discretion following the adoption of the proposed rule, assuming that's what the commission does. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And in response to changes to the proposed rule proposed by other parties, you testify that details in the federal rules should not be incorporated into the proposed rules because they would create boundaries regarding the exercise of discretion by the department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that the federal rules and guidance have been developed over about a 50-year history of the Clean Water Act?
Approximately.
Are there particular aspects of federal rules and guidance with which you disagree or feel that they're inappropriate for inclusion into the department's proposed rules?
So first, I don't think my personal opinion matters in whether it's adopted or not. My personal opinion is not really relevant. What I can tell you is my experience is that there are many processes that result in inconsistent application. And the goal here is to give the public a consistently applied, clear program.
In your testimony, you suggest that the department should be allowed to use best available science, but would you agree that the proposed rule does not require the department to use best available science?
I would suggest that even in the federal program implementation process, that the best available science is used during implementation and not necessarily in rulemaking.
On page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, and I'm going to focus on your rebuttal testimony, looks like you may have that there to refer to if you need to. Thank you. You indicate that general permits may be issued only after the permitting authority determines in advance and programmatically that the regulated category of activities will result in minimal individual and cumulative adverse effects. Do you know if the department will be required under the proposed rules to do an environmental impact study for each general permit?
I would defer to Shelly Lemon for that.
Okay, Ms. Lemon, do you know the answer to that?
Again, general permits under the existing federal programs and other state programs are designed for categories of discharges that result in minimal impacts. Usually there is some sort of study, which would be in the fact sheet or statement of basis with the general permit when it's issued, that would go out for public notice and review and comment on those technical, the technical basis of the permit. So yes, that is part of it. We have to provide justification for issuing the general permit, and the permit will go through a public review and comment period.
Thank you. So to follow up on that, would you agree then that to the extent that the department utilizes general permits or general permit categories that have already been issued by the federal government, the department would rely on the federal studies as to individual and cumulative effects?
I would say that relying on them is not necessarily the term I would use. I would say that by using those as a reference for the framework for New Mexico, that then that cumulative analysis and the impact statements would be used essentially as a reference. It's as a support document.
So again, just to follow up with Ms. Lemon, the proposed rules don't require the department to utilize the existing federal general permits, either for stormwater discharges or for discharges of dredged and fill material, correct?
They're not requiring it because we are not, well, for the NMAC program, yes, right? For the state program, no, we can do whatever we want. What the program, what NMED is doing is taking those federal permits as our starting point and modifying it to New Mexico's needs.
But the department could issue general permits that are different, separate, and apart from the existing federal general permits, right?
Under the state program, correct.
Okay. And yeah, sort of back to my question then to Ms. Zaki Levitt. Ms. Zaki Dellett. If the department were to deviate from the federal general permits, under her testimony, then would the department have to do an environmental impact study for those general permits?
Only if state regulations require it. The reason why the federal government does it is because they have to comply with NEPA.
So returning to Ms. Zaki Dellett, on page 5, you mentioned that permitting authorities retain discretion to request additional information beyond what's included in a permit application where warranted by project specific conditions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And your testimony there also indicates that the department under the proposed rules could require an individual permit when impacts exceed minimal thresholds. What minimal thresholds are you referring to in your testimony there?
That depends on the project. It could be anything from acreages, it could be the type of aquatic resource, could be multiple things. It could be jeopardizing threatened and endangered species. It depends.
And are those minimal thresholds that you're referring to stated in the proposed rules, or is that something that the department would determine later?
Both. There are impacts listed in the proposed rule that if those impacts are exceeded, that it could be determined that an individual permit is needed. But there are other situations in which they could require an individual permit if it's deemed that it's not minimal in nature. It wouldn't fit a general permit. And more than that, there are actually activities that would not fall into general permits. This happens at the federal level a lot, that you don't need the category, so you're automatically going to have to go through the individual permit process. Remember, those general permits are category based. If your activity does not fall within those general permits, then you have no choice but to go through an individual permit process. An example of this is someone who decides that they need to make a lake. They're going to make a lake for whatever reasons. It could be recreational, it could be all kinds of things. That lake doesn't meet the agricultural exemption. There is no GP for building a lake. So you would have to go through the permit process.
On page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, you say that the Colorado program, and I believe you're referring to Colorado Rule 87, was used as a reference.
Yes,
is that right?
That's true.
Colorado Rule 87 covers only discharges of dredged and fill material, correct?
I'm not familiar with exactly what it covers. I haven't read it. I just know that it was a reference for the New Mexico proposed rule.
And that was why? Because the department told you it was used as a reference?
Well, I actually Googled states that have dredge and fill programs. It came up, many other states came up. It was used as a reference.
But how do you know it was used as a reference?
I Googled it.
Okay. On page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, you testify that the department does not intend to limit the assessment tools that may be used to evaluate site conditions before, during, or after construction. So are you saying that under the proposed rules, the department would have the discretion to use whatever tools it chooses?
I think that stating it as whatever tools it chooses is maybe not appropriate. It would be using the best available science. A lot of these tools morph as pressures change, as resources are impacted, as situations on sites change or within areas. And so to limit them to a tool would actually not be beneficial to the public or to the department. You want to be able to fluctuate with whatever best available science is out there.
On page 19 of your rebuttal testimony, you testify that alignment of the state rules, and again, 20.6.2 rules, does not require identical text of the federal rules, where the state-specific program implementation goals are different. What New Mexico implementation goals are different from the federal program?
Well, the federal program's goal is to be implemented nationally. The New Mexico rules are locally. So what's wonderful about that is that they can specifically tailor these rules to what is important to New Mexico and not have to rely on these very general national guidelines. They can use them as a guide and then specify and focus where New Mexico needs them to.
On page 19 of your rebuttal testimony, you testify that the department rules draw from existing state programs and policies. In that testimony, are you referring to New Mexico programs and policies or programs and policies of other states?
Programs and policies of other states.
On page 19, again, of your rebuttal testimony, you address Mr. Lindenlaub's opposition to conditions designed to achieve compliance with surface water quality standards. And then your testimony discusses conditions imposed by the department under its 401 certification program. I'm wondering if you perhaps have missed the point of Mr. Lindenlaub's testimony, and in particular, are you aware of federal case law indicating that permit conditions requiring a permit holder to achieve compliance with in-stream surface water quality standards, that is the ambient surface water quality standards, are not appropriate?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay. On page 22 and 27 of your testimony, you indicate that the department is developing multiple general permit categories. Do you know what those categories are?
They're currently being developed, so I'm going to say no. There's several that are being looked at, including voluntary restoration. They're going to use the federal framework as a guide, and how they come out will be similar to the federal framework, but what exactly they encompass is still being discussed. That will come out after these proposed rules. There's a decision on it.
On page 26 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that the department reserves authority to manage permitting transitions. In that testimony, are you referring to the NMPDES or 20.6.5 rules, or the state program, the 20.6.2 amendments, or both?
The state program. I'm actually discussing I hate to use the word gap, but the gap between if these proposed rules are approved, when the general permits would be drawn up and implemented. And so there is going to be a gap. It would be something like temporary authorizations. What do you do in that time period? That's what I'm referring to.
On page 27 of your rebuttal testimony, you suggest that ongoing activities can continue under existing permits. What types of existing permits are you referring to there?
They discussed that yesterday when they were talking about activities that are already permitted and being lawfully conducted, that they would not be required to come in for additional permitting, that would continue until those permits expired.
And again, are you familiar with the overall New Mexico permit structure?
What permit structure are you speaking?
Well, you're referring to existing permits, and my question was, what types of existing permits are you referring to in your testimony?
I would say NIPTs or 401s, or there's several.
So the ones you're familiar with and would be covered under your testimony would be NPDES permits or perhaps existing Corps of Engineers dredged and filled.
I'm not, I won't speak on existing Corps of Engineers dredge and fill permits. But I would say whatever permitting is within the authority of the department.
Would you agree or disagree that the proposed rules under 20.6.2 impose new permit requirements that may apply to activities not currently regulated?
Could you repeat that?
Would you disagree that the proposed 20.6.2 rules impose new permit requirements that may apply to activities not currently regulated?
Yes and no. No, I don't think that they're going to require new requirements, I think is what you said. But yes to waters that are not currently today regulated.
Are you familiar with requirements of the rules as proposed by the department that would set deadlines for permit applications?
I'm not sure which deadlines there's several deadlines in the rule. Which deadlines are you speaking?
Well, any of them.
There are deadlines in the rule, yes.
Okay. And that discharging without a permit is subject to enforcement action?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge with regard to how the department might exercise its enforcement discretion following the effective date of the proposed rules?
I have my own assumptions as how it will kind of play out, yes.
And what are those assumptions?
That they're not going to be going after people on day one. They're not, the goal is not to go out and enforce and get people. That's not the goal. The goal is a fair, reasonable, balanced program, understanding that this would be something fairly new for the state of New Mexico.
And
So
is that your assumption, or is that something you've been told by the department?
that's my assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
On page 32 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss the concept of the ordinary high water mark. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is your testimony in the context of the use of the ordinary high water mark to define surface waters or jurisdictional waters
For what entity?
for any entity?
No, my discussion of ordinary high water mark is directly to the Corps of Engineers, who uses that to delineate waters of the U.S., generally streams, not wetlands and things. So have to caveat, it's not all waters of the U.S.
Yeah, fair enough. So it's generally, we're talking about linear streams and such, correct?
Generally, but there's I won't, there's discussion about other waters, so I'll just say generally.
In your experience, is the ordinary high water mark often used as simply a tool to measure the areal extent of a surface water?
Yes, it's a physical representation of the two-dimensional extent of a WOTUS.
Right. So I believe you testified yesterday that you have experience with jurisdictional delineations during your time with the Corps of Engineers. Am I recounting that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, do project developers consider formal or informal jurisdictional delineations as important to determine whether a permit is required?
I can't really speak to what people think is important or not important.
Under a jurisdictional delineation, if the Corps of Engineers determines that a receiving water is not a waters of the U.S., then the project developer has assurance that it does not need to apply for a permit, correct?
In my experience, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to Ms. Lemon now. Madam Hearing Officer, I can start that, but that would be interrupted, or we can take a lunch break and I can start afterwards. Your choice.
Yeah, let's take the lunch break. We'll return at 1 for public comment. And when we've gone through public comment, you can question Ms. Leonard. Thank you.
Okay, and I have, I believe, a little under 40 minutes left.
Let's see, that was 25. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you. Good afternoon. We are on day 2 of the hearing in the matter of proposed surface water state permitting programs. This is WQCC 25-74. Excuse me. We have reached the second of what will be several public comment sessions. I'll ask for those interested in the room first, and then we'll go to the platform. Just a few things about public comment. I will ask you to spell your first and last name. The rules, the commission's rules require that I ask you to swear or affirm to tell the truth. We'll ask you to keep your oral comment to 3 minutes. If you have more to say, please write it out in a letter or email to Pamela Jones, the commission administrator. That letter can be submitted anytime before we adjourn the hearing. At this point, we expect to be sometime next week. Let me ask who's in the room here to offer public comment. You come up to the table. And make the light green, please. Press on the green light. If you would spell your first and last name.
It's Robert Robert Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to address you today. New Mexico is having another major water crisis, and you need to address this immediately, as the drought and the lack of snowpack are impacting all of New Mexico. Additionally, the aquifers, including Ocala, Membres Basin, Estancia Basin, Albuquerque Basin, and the Placitas East Mountain Basin, are showing no real natural recharge. Not only the aquifers not recharging, but also the reservoirs are running dry. The Rio Grande is dry in Albuquerque, and Texas recently won the right to water from the Rio Grande. In addition, the growth of industry, data centers, AI centers, and housing, which is really driven by the population growth, are going to require substantial water, and New Mexico is well behind in dealing with this crisis. In the near future, Mexico will be faced with the allocation of water as normal resources are not available. Today, 73% of water use in New Mexico is for agriculture. And I don't know if you're going to restrict water for agriculture or not. Is there a solution? Yes. You are charged with the surface water quality state permitting. And this commission is ignoring one of the major sources of water. The oil and gas industry produces 4 or 5 barrels of water for each barrel of oil. Technology exists today that can clean this produced water by removing toxic chemicals and solids to a safe level, allowing it to be used for agriculture and industry. Texas and other oil-producing states have producing facilities cleaning this produced water for industry and agricultural uses. New Mexico can also be treating the produced water and use it to reduce the freshwater needs of agriculture and industry. Thereby, this would assist in dealing with the current and future crisis. I ask this commission to stop ignoring the potential use of safe treated produced water for agriculture and industry. I recommend you work with both water treatment companies and the oil industry to develop a comprehensive recovery and treatment program for produced water focused on agriculture and industrial usage. This water crisis is real, it can be addressed, and the damage to the state will be severe if you don't act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment? There will be other opportunities. The next opportunity is 1 p.m. tomorrow. Anyone else in the room? No? Let's go to the platform. Is there anyone on the platform who'd like to offer public comment at this time? Oh, I see a raised hand.
Yes. Carol Touch. I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. It's your turn. You may unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Would you
good.
spell your first and last name, please?
Okay. Carol, Carol, Teutsch, Teutsch. And
Do
I'm
you
a
swear or affirm? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm a retired physician and I live here in Santa Fe. As I have watched efforts at protecting nature and water in multiple states that I have lived in, which include Massachusetts, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and California, I see too often that we try to protect things too late and have to expend extensive resources to rehabilitate our mistakes. After so much damage has been done and often restoration efforts are suboptimal. We don't have that luxury to make mistakes in this dry state in this era of climate change. Every drop of water is precious. Your job as the Water Quality Control Commission is crucial to every single resident in New Mexico, and you must get the rules right from the start. Weak rules and poor enforcement will leave vulnerable waters, residents, and future generations at risk. Every day, my 6-year-old grandson asks me about whether we'll have enough water and why there are so many projects that are destroying nature. Even he sees the risks and worries. Don't neglect your responsibility to future generations. Prioritize the scientifically optimized long-term solutions for our surface waters. The Rio Grande is unquestionably drying up. Yesterday, I saw some of the magnificent cottonwoods in Las Golondrinas are dying. This is so urgent. Our health and our very survival rely on water. Please get it right as you create and enforce the water protections that we need for the state of New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the platform who's present?
Yes, there is. Adrian Sandoval.
Adrian Sandoval.
Yes, thank you so much. Adrian, capital Adrian, Sandoval, capital Sandoval.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I urge the Commission to adopt strong, comprehensive, clear, and enforceable rules that fully implement SB 21 to protect New Mexico's waters from existing and future pollution. SB 21 provides a historic opportunity for New Mexico to establish a strong state system of permits to safeguard rivers, streams, wetlands, and other essential surface waters. However, the law's success depends on its effective implementation. I urge the Commission to adopt rules that protect water in our rivers, to ensure our acequias flow with clean water, prevent pollution in our rivers by enacting effective and enforceable regulations, protect the full breadth of New Mexico's surface waters, including rivers, streams, wetlands, and the small tributaries and drainages that sustain them. Be at least as protective as lost federal protections and including considerations for agriculture. Ensure robust public participation so New Mexicans have a meaningful voice in decisions affecting their water. Lastly, New Mexicans deserve clean, safe, and reliable water. I urge the Commission to act accordingly to pass strong, clean water protections that ensure a healthy and safe future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Anyone else on the platform?
Janet Antolon.
Janet Antolon, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, would you spell your first and last name?
Yes, Janet, Janeth, Antillon, Antillon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I've spent much of my life here in New Mexico, and I'm speaking today because water matters to me. As a mother, I think often about the future that my kids will be living in. Clean water is a part of that future, not just for them, but for the generations that will come after them. In New Mexico, water is limited and important. Our rivers, our streams, our wetlands, our acequias support our communities, our traditions, and the wildlife that depends on that. As our state becomes hotter and drier, protecting the water is more important than ever. And at the same time, development, oil and gas, and other projects can affect it. Because of this, I support a strong surface water protection program. I am especially concerned about small and intermittent streams. Even when they are not flowing all the time, they still help clean water, they help reduce flooding, and they support wildlife and feed larger rivers. These waters should be protected. I also believe the first priority should be avoiding harm. Projects should show they have looked for ways to avoid damaging wetlands and waterways before moving to mitigation. When damage does happen, it needs to be meaningful to fix. Wetlands take a long time to replace, so I support strong mitigation standards. I also support fully respecting tribal water quality standards. Communities should also have a real chance to participate in decisions that affect their water. Clean water is essential for everyone in New Mexico, and I urge you to adopt strong protections that keep our water clean and available for future generations. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else on the platform? No. All right. Anyone else at all before we return to the technical case? The next public comment session will be at 1 p.m. tomorrow. All right, let's go back to the technical case. If the department panelists would return to the table. Are we ready? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. If you would please have about 36 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. The rest of my questions are directed primarily to Ms. Lemon. Good afternoon, Ms. Lemon, or do you prefer Chief Lemon?
Ms. Lemon is fine.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, you're not a lawyer, right?
I'm not.
So your testimony is not intended to provide legal opinions, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you're the primary author of the department's proposed rules, or how would you characterize that?
I am not the primary author. It was a team effort that we developed over a multi-year period. So I'm not the primary author. I oversee and administer the surface water quality program, which includes these regulations.
Okay,
So I provided input on them.
fair enough. I'm going to start my other questions with respect to a term, surface waters, that's used in the rule, and I'm referring specifically to the amendments to Part 20.6.2. You're familiar with that, correct?
I am.
And the definition of surface water in Part 20.6.2 as proposed by the department refers to a definition of surface waters of the state found in Part 20.6.4. Are we in agreement on that?
That's correct.
Okay. The definition of surface waters of the state in Part 20.6.4 has a list of various features, I'll say, that would be identified as surface waters, right?
That's correct.
And one of those terms is ephemeral stream. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about some criteria that the department may use to distinguish an ephemeral stream from dry land. And just so so we're straight on terminology, by dry land, I'm referring to an area that does not contain a surface water of the state, or particularly an ephemeral stream. If you prefer the term upland, and I know the NRP has proposed a definition of that, I'm fine with that as well. Any preference?
No preference.
But you understand the point I'm getting to.
I don't know. You haven't asked the question yet.
Fair enough. Well, I'll ask some questions and you can ask for clarification if you want. So I'm going to go over some criteria that might be relevant for the department to distinguish an ephemeral stream from dry land, and ask you whether or not the department believes that those criteria are relevant to make that determination. The first is whether the ephemeral stream or portion of an ephemeral stream is listed in the surface water quality standards or the Section 303D list that the department publishes.
If it's an ephemeral stream?
So I'm asking you if that's a relevant criteria to distinguish an ephemeral stream from dry land.
I don't know. We have ephemeral streams that are listed in our surface water quality standards. We also have criteria for ephemeral streams and a definition for ephemeral stream in our surface water quality standards.
So the definition of ephemeral stream in the surface water quality standards, as I understand it, and tell me if you disagree, distinguishes between a stream that flows only in direct response to precipitation as opposed to, let's say, an intermittent stream, which or a perennial stream, which have different characteristics. Is that true?
Is my understanding, yes.
And again, that's a generalization, obviously. So with that in mind, and again, I'm probably getting more to the point of what's a stream than what's ephemeral versus something else. Is the existence of definable or discernible bed and bank a relevant criteria?
In some instances,
And what instances are those?
when you're looking at the physical properties of a surface water, our water quality standards protect physical, chemical, and biological standards in those surface waters. So it's a component of our water quality standards.
That's having a definable bed and bank is an element of surface water quality standards.
Not a definable, but it's used to assess the condition of a surface water.
Is the width, depth, or side slope angle, are those relevant factors to determining whether something would be an ephemeral stream?
No, they are used to assess the condition of an ephemeral stream.
Is the existence of a natural versus man-made channel relevant to determine whether something is an ephemeral stream?
I'm not sure what that, can you rephrase that question?
Well, if we're referring to, let's say, a channel as a stream, does it make a difference whether the channel is natural or man-made? As again, the department is using the term ephemeral stream.
If the man-made structure is in a natural structure, so if you're lining an arroyo with a man-made, you're cementing over an arroyo or an ephemeral stream, yes. If you're digging out and trenching something that's completely outside of a natural ephemeral arroyo, no.
Well, and again, getting to my point, how do you know if you're inside or outside the natural ephemeral arroyo?
When you're standing there, you know if there's been water flow in the river, you know if there's usually more dense vegetation. We do have a hydrology protocol that we use to look at flows in different systems. We do measure those things that you're talking about to evaluate whether it's ephemeral, intermittent, or perennial. We look at vegetation, we look at biological criteria, we look for things that are evidence of flow.
So evidence of flow is a clear criteria that the department would apply
For
to
surface.
determine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem. Again, to distinguish between something that's an ephemeral stream versus, as I described it before, dry land.
Yes, it is a surface water.
Is the frequency of water flow a relevant criterion?
Or distinguishing between ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial.
No, and that's actually not my question. I'm not looking to distinguish between ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial. I'm looking to distinguish between an ephemeral stream and something that's not a stream at all. In other words, I'm really looking at the margins of that issue. I mean, I would give you that you can probably look at an arroyo, a term that you used, and figure out that it may be an ephemeral stream. I'm looking on the margins, and the margins, I believe, can be very important to the question of the applicability of this program.
Like the transition zones or the upland. I mean, the transition zone is considered the riparian area, which is considered an aquatic resource defined in statute and in our rule. So the riparian area is the transition from the river to the uplands. So there is aquatic resource that we will be looking at through this permitting program that includes that transition zone, not the upland area.
So let me ask you for an example and see if you understand what I'm talking about. Let's say we're looking at small braided channels in a desert area. Those are the kinds of margins I'm thinking of. Do you know what I'm talking about if I use that term?
Yes, a braided channel usually isn't individual distinct channels. They're part of a larger channel. And you find braids as the river expands or contracts, it'll end up flowing in different channels and braiding if the gradient is low enough that you're not creating a slope.
So would you view all of those individual braided channels across a, let's say, I'm thinking of the drive between Albuquerque and Las Cruces over a few miles of desert? Are all of those considered ephemeral streams?
It depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at the Rio Grande braided channels, there is a channel with the floodplain where there will be braiding. If you're looking at the arroyos entering, they're separate individual tributaries that come into that larger system with braided channels.
And I'm probably thinking of the area upstream from what you might refer to as an arroyo.
The erosional features?
Well, okay, so let's get to that. How would the department distinguish between an erosional feature and an ephemeral stream?
Again, the ephemeral stream, I mean, there's definitions, there's multiple different types of definitions, but you look at whether there is a not a continual flow, but a regular systematic flow that's coming through that system.
So regular systematic flow goes to, I suppose, the frequency of flow. Is that what you're getting to?
Not necessarily, because arroyos and other ephemeral channels may not have flow every year. It may be several years before they have flow, but they have flow, and you can see that movement of flow when the water receives, when the water's in there, obviously, but when it recedes or sinks into the groundwater, there's evidence of flow when you look at the geomorphology, the structure of the river, the flow of the land. You can look at the size of the pebbles that are in the river to see what's been happening, and you can look at historic flows. It's part of the study of hydrology to look at that.
Would you agree with me that it's not very clear on the face of the rule whether the kinds of features that we've been talking about are a stream, an erosional feature, or simply dry land?
I do not agree.
Okay. And explain then the specific criteria that would be used by the department to distinguish an ephemeral stream from dry land or an erosional feature, if you will.
Again, we have different protocols that we currently have the hydrology protocol, which looks at the prevalence of water and whether something is an ephemeral stream. You look at chemical, physical, biological information and use that information to figure out if it's an ephemeral stream. For this program, if there is question, again, I think I said in my oral testimony today, we're not trying to identify every single scenario that's going to come our way, every single discharge that's going to come our way. We have mechanisms to evaluate those. One is the NOI, Notice of Intent or Pre-Construction Notification. We have requirements for pre-application meetings to look at these things, to talk about the discharge, to see if it's going to require a permit or not.
The hydrology protocol that you mentioned, that again is used to distinguish an ephemeral stream or water feature from an intermittent or a perennial stream, is it not?
It's used to look at ephemeral streams.
Okay. In your testimony, you say that no one objected to changes to the definition of surface waters of the state in the triennial review of 2020. Were substantive changes made to the definition during that triennial review?
In the 2003,
2020.
2020, we reformatted the definition. It used to be one paragraph, and we reformatted it to be bulleted so you could clearly see which waters were surface waters of the state and which ones are not.
At that time, and again, I'm referring to the 2020 triennial review as referenced in your testimony, was the definition of surface waters of the state proposed as a basis for a surface water permit program?
The surface waters of the state is the criteria, the standard for our surface water quality standards to protect water quality in the state's surface waters. So looking at 2020, we weren't down this path yet, but those standards protect water quality in surface waters of the state, which are defined and were approved by this commission.
But the regulated community at that point in time, you'd have to agree, had no notice that that definition would be used for a surface water permit program, correct?
I don't know.
Why is the definition of watercourse, in your opinion, not relevant to determine whether a surface feature is an ephemeral stream?
Watercourse currently is in 20.6.2 NMAC, which are regulations for ground and surface water regulations. Watercourse, that definition has been in the rules, I think, for a long time as well, but it's used for more of what Mr. Connolly was talking about, those complaint response, people dumping things. It was prior to this program that we're developing for a surface water permitting program.
In your rebuttal testimony, you indicate that the department is preparing a mapping tool. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does that mean a map that will identify surface waters?
Yes.
What criteria is the department using to prepare that mapping tool?
So that tool is a tool. It's not a regulation or something that's going to be used for, like, you want jurisdictional determinations. It's a tool to identify surface water resources. We're using multiple different geospatial data sets from the USGS, from the National Wetlands Inventory, from the Surface Water Quality Bureau, national data sets, and looking at New Mexico. We're merging the data sets to compile the best available data, geospatial data that we have on surface waters in the state of New Mexico and aquatic resources.
Will the department issue a public notice of a proposed mapping tool and allow public comment?
Yes.
Will the mapping tool be subject to review by the commission?
If they would like review of that mapping tool, yes. They typically get our public notices, so they will be aware of it.
Would you object if a third party requests the commission to review the mapping tool?
I don't think so. I don't know if you're asking for them to approve it. I'm not sure if that's in authority to approve it. I don't know. That would have to be up to the commission to decide if they want to review it or not.
In your direct testimony, and I'm referring to page 26, you say that a permit application must identify the acreage or linear feet of aquatic resources impacted. Where in the department's proposed rule does it provide any criteria for a permit applicant to determine how to measure the area of the surface water?
Where in my testimony? I'm sorry.
On page 26, and the statement in your testimony is just that a permit application must identify the acreage or linear feet of aquatic resources impacted.
So currently that's a requirement under the Corps, and it's, there is nothing in the rule to provide that, but there will be guidance that is developed to help evaluate if people have questions. Our mapping tool is one of them. When you look at the map, you should be able to draw a polygon of your project area, and that will generate the area of aquatic resources or linear feet of stream bed or stream that you're impacting. So it's not directly in the rule because I don't believe it needs to be in the rule.
Will that information be available by the deadline when permit applications for existing projects must be submitted?
There will be, in the application, there will be instructions on how to fill out the application, yes.
The department proposes some amendments to an existing rule 20.6.2.1201 NMAC, which currently allows for a notice of intent to discharge and references surface waters. Do you recall that?
In the existing regulations?
Yes.
Yes.
So the existing regulation refers to surface water.
Yes, because we don't have a permitting program that has notices of intent in section 2300.
Would you agree that during the swap process, the department discussed using 20.6.2.1201 for a similar purpose for a surface water permit program?
I don't recall.
Are you aware that with regard to the groundwater discharge permit program, that rule is used to provide an option for a regulated entity to ask for a determination whether an exemption applies? Are you familiar with that?
Familiar, but I don't implement that program, so not very familiar.
You say that the surface water permit rules were modeled after the groundwater discharge permit rules in 20.6.2, correct?
Yes.
The groundwater discharge permit rules contain some provisions that identify the criteria under which the department will issue a permit. Are you familiar with those?
I'm not.
But would you agree that the department's proposed surface water rules do not contain criteria to identify when the department will issue a surface water permit?
That is, again, included in section 2300 for the notice of intent. When you apply, we review that information similar to the groundwater NOI process to evaluate if a discharge permit is needed, and also to determine which general permit is going to be under which, if it needs an individual permit. So the NOI process that you're referring to looks a little bit different for surface waters, but it's in section 2300. And we also have if there's a question, if you don't know, we get calls right now. People call us up about NIPD's permits. Hey, do I need to apply for a stormwater discharge permit? Here's my stuff. We talk to them. We tell them to apply. We tell them, send us more information. So there is a process that's built into the surface water permitting program to allow that to happen.
But the intent of the notice of intent process, as you describe it in part 2300, is to notify the department of an intent to be covered by a specific general permit. Would you disagree?
Or an individual permit. Both of them, the application process allows the department to evaluate the proposed discharge or the proposed project to determine what permit, if any, is needed. If it's an exemption, we would say, no, you don't need a permit. You can go forth.
The department's proposed rule requires a permit application to identify proposed compensatory mitigation, does it not?
Can you repeat that?
The department's proposed rule requires a permit application, particularly for an individual permit, to identify proposed compensatory mitigation, does it not?
All right, just a minute. Are you referring to individual permits or general permits? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, I mentioned in my question individual permits.
So what the rule says, if the proposed discharge will result in the unavoidable loss of aquatic resource acreage or function or stream bed, they must submit a compensatory mitigation plan in consultation with the department that meets the requirements in subsection J 2307.
There are a lot of different ways to both determine what the degree of compensatory mitigation is required and different ways to provide compensatory mitigation. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Army Corps of Engineers has developed detailed guidance on that?
I have not reviewed their guidance. Ms. Dati Dalat might be better suited to answer that question.
Well, since you're not familiar with that, let me just ask you if the department has any or has yet identified what type of compensatory mitigation to accept. And as examples, I would indicate compensatory mitigation provided as part of a project, use of a mitigation bank, use of fees in lieu. Has the department developed any positions or guidance on any of those options or other options?
We are developing guidance for compensatory mitigation. We do not have a mitigation bank in our state, so that option is off of the table until a bank is developed. For permit responsibility or in lieu fees, those will be considerations when we develop our guidance documents. But we have also in the rule the different types of mitigation, and not the permittee responsibility in lieu, but the types of like reestablishing, protecting. I'm trying to find where.
Well, let me just ask. I mean, the rule we can go take a look at that. When will that guidance be available?
Before the permit program is live, I'm assuming by the end of this calendar year.
And that really depends. And again, we're talking about 20.6.2 on the effective date of that rule. You mentioned in your testimony this morning that there's a 30-day period between the I'll say the adoption of a rule and the effective date. The commission can specify a later effective date too, though, can't they?
I'm not sure.
You don't know. Okay. Under the department's approach to this proposed rule, there will be a number of technical guidance documents that the department will have to develop, correct?
Yes, as with any permitting program.
Do you have any idea how many guidance documents might be needed?
I do not, because I have not run a permitting program before, and I don't know what questions people will have or permittees will have.
And I think you indicated before you've not read the Army Corps of Engineers guidance documents.
I've skimmed them. I haven't it's not immediately in my brain, but I have reviewed them before, and I know that they have regional guidance documents and national guidance documents, but to talk about them specifically, I'm not prepared right now to do that.
Is there somebody else within the department who's been assigned to work on guidance documents and start looking at the details and developing them?
Yes, we have people who are working on them. That's part of the state permitting program team, as well as ERG, our contractors.
And do you know what guidance documents they're working on?
They're working on the compensatory mitigation guidance document.
Any others?
I'm not. I would have to talk with them, but I thought we were talking about Dredge and Fill.
Largely, I mean, the same question exists obviously for things like stormwater discharges, but in the interest of time, let me not ask about those right now. You've indicated that there's some degree of urgency in your view for the commission to adopt these rules. Is that right?
I don't know if I use the word urgent, but we have waters that are no longer protected by the Clean Water Act, and we're moving forward with a statute and legislation that's been passed to implement the program.
I didn't observe in your testimony or any of the other department testimony examples of particular projects or industries or concerns that you feel create an urgent need for permitting. Are there examples of any ongoing or proposed projects or anything you're aware of that creates a serious concern and urgency for the commission to adopt the rules?
I know that 20% of our state is considered a closed basin and no longer protected by the Clean Water Act. 20%. That's a huge 1/5 of our state no longer requires federal protections. That's a big issue. I know that some of those I don't know who asked the questions earlier about what permits have been removed. But there have been several NIPDES permits that are no longer in effect. For example, Silver City Wastewater Treatment Plant, Cloudcroft Wastewater Treatment Plant. So there have been different individual permits for NIPDES that have no longer been issued because of the federal jurisdiction. As far as the general permit coverages, we have no idea of that impact because people are not applying, EPA and the Corps are not requiring, right?
Mr. Mullenberg, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. In your direct testimony, you testify that the proposed rules, in your view, do not overreach when compared to the original intent of the Clean Water Act. What do you mean by the original intent of the Clean Water Act? And I would add, as to that, aren't the federal courts still determining what was the original intent of the Clean Water Act?
The original intent of the Clean Water Act was to protect waters of the U.S. I believe that the Supreme Court said it's not all waters, but they have been in that struggle to determine what waters cover the federal jurisdiction. In the beginning, up until early 2000s, it was pretty much all waters. There were questions and people would challenge, but it was pretty much all waters where somebody was discharging to would require a permit. Starting in the early 2000s, again, I talked about several Supreme Court cases, people challenging the scope was reduced. So what I'm talking about is protecting surface waters and surface water quality, chemical, physical, biological integrity for all uses within New Mexico.
Thank you. And you would recognize, again, from the regulated community's perspective, there still may be a lot of uncertainty and a lot of questions as to what will and will not constitute a surface water under the proposed permit rules, correct?
Possibly, but the department is always available to have those discussions.
But you will need some criteria to answer those questions, won't you?
We already have criteria. I mean, in our program, we're looking at that information to evaluate surface waters of the state.
One other thing in terms of the criteria, and this is more for issuing a permit. When a third party raises a concern with a permit and the rules don't identify the criteria for issuing a general or an individual permit, how will the department decide whether or not a public comment is relevant to its permitting decision?
So again, if we issue a permit, there will be a public comment and appeal process. If the regulated entity does not like or is impacted by our permitting decision, which I will also specify that in the rule, it talks about what is required to draft the permits, including the fact sheet and statement of basis, which includes all of the background information that was used to generate the permit. So again, we generate the permit. There's opportunity to appeal to this commission. There's opportunity to appeal to the Court of Appeals.
Madam Hearing Officer, I will stop there. Thank you for your testimony, and we'll move on.
Thank you. Mr. Stomp, do you have questions of this department panel? Please go ahead.
Madam Hearing Officer and members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Lemon. In terms of the proposed date that NMED expects to ask EPA for approval, when do you anticipate that would happen for delegation of authority for primacy?
The application, if all went well and the commission deliberated and we had rules approved, the earliest I would think that an application could be submitted would be in December of this year. That is everything like the stars aligning. I'm imagining that an application will be sent to EPA sometime in early the first quarter of 2026. And then the EPA will review it. 27, sorry. First quarter of 2027. And then EPA has a period of time to review it and approve it. And then we would start implementing the program late 2027 or early 2028, according to the memorandum of agreement, which is a phased implementation. So in the phased implementation, you look at taking over those 5 programs that I talked about in consecutive years. And as those permits come up for renewal, they submit them to the department instead of to EPA.
So in terms of NPDES permits, when do you anticipate the department would issue their first NPDES permit?
Again, with that timeline, it would probably be in 2028.
In the best case scenario?
In the best case scenario, and depending on the permit type. So we have different, it may not be the general permits, it may be municipal wastewater treatment plants or industrial wastewater dischargers. So it depends on that agreement between EPA and the department on how that will be rolled out.
So in terms of the water authority, by the way, I'm representing the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, and I'm going to call it Water Authority because you guys will get very tired if I try to say the whole name. and I'll probably mess it up anyway. So in terms of, let me see here. The Water Authority provided testimony and comments on both reasonable potential and compliance schedules. And the department's response was that they're going to be developing guidance documents. And you were asked previously about guidance documents. And maybe you're not the right person to answer this. I could possibly ask Ms. Lucas Kamat about that. But when do you anticipate that these two guidance documents, both one for reasonable potential and one for compliance schedules, would be ready for public comment?
I'm not sure we need a guidance document for compliance schedules, because compliance schedules are used when a permittee needs time to achieve a limit in their permit. That's determined based on conversations with EPA and the permittee, or the department and the permittee. So that compliance schedule will be incorporated into the permit. Again, I'm not sure if a guidance document is quite needed for that. For the reasonable potential analysis, we are talking with EPA. We are talking with Mr. Connolly about that reasonable potential analysis to evaluate how the EPA currently does it, and if there are any different tweaks that we need to make. It's a tool. It's similar to our anti-degradation analysis, where we have a calculator, a spreadsheet that has our criteria and the effluent inputs, and it spits out, you know, whether or not we need a water quality based effluent limit. So again, I'm not sure if it's a guidance document, Mr. Connolly. Is it a guidance document, or is it something else?
For reasonable potential analysis, there are a couple approaches. States that are lacking guidance will often reference EPA's technical support document for, I forget the exact name, it's often referred to as the TSD, which lays out procedures for carrying out a reasonable potential analysis. There are a few management decisions that would need to be made based on percentiles and running the various statistical analyses. But states lacking guidance often reference EPA's existing guidance. There would be a tool generated, you know, based on our discussions. There would be guidance that's generated. There would be, I'm trying to remember the name of the guidance that most states call it, but there's guidance on how to, and what we're in talks with NMAC about is developing guidance on how you're going to handle data. Data handling is a big component. Taking that data and running the reasonable potential analysis, and then using that to calculate water quality based effluent limits. We've generated guidance. We've generated guidance and tools for many states on this, and we are prepared to do it very quickly for NMAC.
Thank you. So my question was, though, when do you think those guidance documents are going to be done? And I should tell you that I was planning on asking Ms. Kamat, Lucas Kamat, about this, since it was her rebuttal response regarding that. But are you the right people then to be talking about reasonable potential analysis for them?
The guidance, obviously we're going to have that developed. In order to submit our application to EPA, we have to have everything put together for that application.
Okay. So that was a question with respect to the timing. With all the best timing involved, you're saying the first permit could be issued in 2028. When would this guidance document then need to be ready in order for that to happen?
Again, it's for the EPA application, so it would be early 2027.
And what would be the public comment period if it was going to be given to EPA in 6 months or a year, 7 or 8 months from now?
I don't know if it's a comment period per se. It's showing EPA that the state will be able to administer the federal program and all of those federal requirements.
Okay. I'm just confused because Ms. Lucas Kamat's testimony said specifically that we're going to be doing guidance. There's going to be a public review and a comment period. So that rebuttal testimony is not correct.
All right. Everyone needs to slow down and not speak at the same time.
Sure. Ms. Lucas Kamat responded to the Water Authority's testimony with respect to these guidance documents. And you're now saying that the guidance documents could potentially be done in first part of 2027, which is 9 months away or 6 months away, or however you want to calculate it. So I'm asking you, what would the public comment period be for that?
I think you should talk to Ms. Lucas Kamat because it's her testimony. I'm talking about timelines. I'm not sure what exactly testimony you're referring to. So I think she would probably be the best person to answer your questions.
But the guidance document needs to be done prior to the application. And you've just told me the timeline for the application. So the guidance document has to be done prior to the application. So you should know whether or not you're going to be out advertising that for public comment prior to the application being submitted to EPA.
Again, I don't know if there is a public comment period required for that document, right?
All right, I'll move on. Ms. Lemon, what is NMED's current vacancy rate?
NMED, I do not know.
How many vacant positions do you have in your bureau?
I believe it's around 5 or 6 vacant positions right now.
Out of how many positions total?
47.
47? All right, so about 10% or 12% vacancy?
Sure.
And how much time on average does it take to fill a vacant position in your department?
It varies. Sometimes it can be 5 months. Sometimes it can be a year. Sometimes we don't get a recommended hire in the first round of applications and interviews. So we have to re-advertise and do it all over again. So it depends.
Well, being a government employee, I understand.
It does not take, yeah, it's not quick.
So in terms of the 57 positions that you're going to be advertised, 40, how many is it? How many positions do you want to need for this program?
Oh, 40 more FTE. Right now we have 16.
Okay. So of that 40, how long is that process going to take to develop the job descriptions, get the job descriptions approved by HR, authorize the funding for the positions, advertise the positions, and hire all of the positions for this program?
The capacity building plan is over several years. I believe it's going to take 3 to 4 years to fill and build the program up to capacity.
Do you feel like there's going to be a problem filling the positions given the fact that you already have an existing vacancy rate?
I don't believe so. We don't have a vacancy. We have 1 vacancy currently in the point source regulation section, which are those 16. But we went through last year in December and hired 7, I believe, employees for this program. So it is possible.
Okay, moving on. Is there a current backlog for groundwater discharge permits?
I'm not in the groundwater program, but I'm assuming yes.
Well, I just have a question. When a groundwater discharge plan application for renewal is submitted to NMED and the discharger continues to discharge during that process of the time that you're reviewing the application, and is the groundwater quality still protected when we're waiting for the permit to be approved or the renewal permit to be approved?
I would say it depends on if that permittee is meeting their permit requirements.
So assuming there's no compliance or no deficiency issues, is the groundwater continue to be protected during the pendency of that time that it takes to renew the permit?
Again, it depends on if they continue to meet those compliance, the permit terms and requirements.
Okay, let's assume that they meet all the requirements, they have no compliance, no deficiency issues. Is the groundwater protected, continue to be protected during the time it takes between submitting a permit, an application for renewal and getting the permit?
Again, It depends. If there is a change in condition of effluent quality, if there's a change in water quality standard, it may not be protective in that interim period. So if there is a backlog that is not, if the permit that is not issued yet, where that they're operating under does not meet current conditions, it could be not protective.
Okay. Are you aware that in some MPDS permits that exist, including the water authorities, there's a provision that requires you to start the process of expanding your capacity when you reach a certain percentage of your current capacity? Are you aware of that?
Vaguely.
So if the annual fees are based on capacity, wouldn't that be a limitation for people like the water authority or others to look to expand their treatment plant capacity in the future if there's a requirement that their fees are based on capacity?
No, I don't believe so, because you're operating under the permitted design flow. So whatever you're operating under, that's the effective permit, is what the fees are based on.
What I'm saying is that if they needed to plan for a future capacity expansion, wouldn't the application and the annual fees make them reconsider whether or not they want to have an additional capacity in their plant, given that the fact that the fees are based on their capacity?
I can't speak to that because I'm not a permittee.
Are you familiar with the government budgeting processes where the annual budgets generally start in January and they're generally approved in June before a new fiscal year on July 1st?
Are you talking about state or federal?
Well, local government in New Mexico or the state, either one.
I'm aware of the budget process
Okay.
at the state level, yes.
So shouldn't the invoice for the annual fees be more aligned with the government budgeting process and get the invoices in January prior to the budget being started, as opposed to the invoices going out in July when the budgets have already been approved?
That's a good question. July was chosen because it's the start of the new fiscal year. We're looking at budgets in January and knowing what our budget is in July, starting July 1st. So in January, we don't know what our budget will be for the next fiscal year. In theory, we'll have a good idea, but those numbers are decided during the legislative session. And so starting in the fiscal year, July 1st, we figured that was a better target for those invoices because we would know the budget in that process, that budgeting process that happens earlier in the year.
Okay, well, I'm talking more about the government side of it, where they're going to have to pay the fees and they're going to need to plan for those fees. And so how are they going to be able to plan for the fees if they don't even know what they're going to be until the budget cycle has already been approved?
So if anything, those fees will be reduced. So in the rule, you're looking at quote worst case scenario for those fees. So during that legislative process, if we get legislative appropriations, those fees will be reduced. So you can plan for that higher level fee. And if anything, it's going to be lowered, but it won't get higher. Yeah.
Okay, so your testimony today is that if the water authority has an annual fee, they can plan on their next budget cycle to be the annual fee that they had before, because you just said that they won't be going up.
The annual fee, and we have that consumer price index value where we're evaluating every 3 years for the inflationary value. So that is also worked into that. But yes, you should be able to know your fee and plan for it. And whatever adjustments are made is going to be made in the positive. I don't know if that's the right word I'm looking for, but.
Okay. Let's see. Do the regulations as proposed provide for any reporting or monitoring of the program by the Water Quality Control Commission or the legislature with respect to staffing, funding, and how the funds are spent?
The legislature oversees the department as an executive agency, so we have to report to the legislature.
Right, but is there a specific requirement in the regulations that say that you're going to produce an annual report on a certain time, and you're going to include in that annual report a certain amount of information for the legislature to be able to understand what's going on with this program?
The legislature typically asks the department to report out on various things, especially when they're giving funding to the programs. We also have performance measures that we have to report on that the department issues for at the department level for various permitting programs, various other programs that the department oversees. There's no requirement specific, but it is already happening with the legislation or legislative requirements and requests that we receive.
Okay. So there's no specific language in the regulations that requires that the program and the funding, the staffing, and all those things be reviewed on an annual basis.
I'm not aware of any regulation doing that.
Okay. I have just a question on tribal water quality standards. I think you testified that the department water quality standards. I apologize. I will do my best to slow down. I think you testified that the department will be following some guidance documents when you're developing those standards. Can you tell me what the guidance is?
We're not developing tribal water quality standards. The tribes are sovereign nations and develop their own water quality standards.
And I think you testified that you're going to be putting together some guidance documents. And I was going to ask you why you weren't following EPA's guidance documents with respect to the tribal water qualities, how you set how you would implement tribal water quality standards.
If you can point me to my testimony.
It was your testimony earlier today. Apologize.
I was speaking to the tribal definition, the definition of tribal water quality standards, but that's.
And you were looking for guidance for setting that standard or setting the definition?
I was not.
Okay, I'll move on. I have questions now for Mr. Connolly. So the Water Authority Southside Water Reclamation Plant has a design capacity of 76 million gallons a day. It's the largest in the state. Can you tell me what the application and the annual fees will be?
I can. For the discharge of 76 million gallons per day, or have a capacity of such?
Yes.
Yep. We are looking at a application cost of approximately $46,000 and $46,010, and annual fees of $177,242.
In terms of your model that you just pulled in your spreadsheets, has that been provided to the Water Authority or any other entities?
That has not. It's not hiding it though.
Is the department planning on sharing that model with and the way that these fees are calculated with the Water Authority?
The fees are
your spreadsheets, your model, whatever that you're using to determine what these fees are?
I don't know if the department is planning to share the specific one, but the calculations for it are there and everybody is aware of their own design flows.
Okay. So the department's not going to be sharing the model and how these annual fees are calculated with the Water Authority or any other entities?
I can't speak on behalf of the department. I am a consultant, but again, any entity could easily calculate their own fees.
Okay. They could easily calculate their own fees. Okay. Are the Water Authority fees then just the highest of all the proposed application and annual fees?
I'm sorry?
Are the Water Authority proposed annual and application fees, are those the highest?
Of municipal facilities. Sure.
Are they the highest of all the fees, period?
I would have to compare that to the industrial. I do believe that in terms of, and I would have to annualize an industrial or a non-POTW, but there is at least one facility with a higher application fee and the industrial.
Okay. You said earlier in your testimony that higher discharges will take on more of the administrative costs than others. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, when we were working through fees and workload proxies, essentially looking at, well, larger facilities generally require more regulatory oversight. That's not 100% true statement. Sometimes small facilities, their data is a mess, and it takes quite a bit of time hand-holding and getting their data in place so you can actually understand what's going on at their facilities. But generally, larger facilities do require some more regulatory oversight. Not just the major and minor. Larger facilities generally, their discharges have higher environmental risk and require additional monitoring that has to be reviewed. There's likely to be more compliance inspections focused. Different types of inspections. Larger facilities have pretreatment inspections, so you're going to do pretreatment audits. In addition to, you're going to go out and evaluate the service population for the pretreatment program for those larger POTWs. Sorry, I forgot your question. I just started.
Well, no, what I'm trying to get at is what I believe you testified earlier was that the higher the discharge, the more administrative burden you're placing on them, meaning that the costs for other people's permits are being moved to the higher discharges permit, where they are covering the cost of other people's participation in the program. I believe that is what you said.
That is an accurate statement.
Okay. And how much of the administrative costs from other permittees are being allocated and moved to the water authority's fee?
That is impossible for me to respond to accurately, and that you just don't know how those costs are going to break out ahead of time. But I do acknowledge your sentiment that those costs are being incurred by the larger discharges.
In terms of calculating the annual fees, there is a formula that's in the regulations. Where does this increased administrative burden to cover the costs of other people's permits accounted for in the permit fee for the calculation for the water authority?
Part of the reason why it's impossible to answer the question specifically about the total amount of administrative fee is that, again, you don't know how the level of efforts are going to break out exactly. So we use workload proxies to try to estimate the level of effort associated with individual facilities. And it's not perfect, the first one to acknowledge that. But we look at how much revenue has to be brought in to support the program for publicly owned treatment work. And that is the revenue that you have to develop a fee structure to build. It's not broken up into this is the essential permitting costs, this is the essential inspection costs. All of that is looked in aggregate. And there's no way I could give you an accurate response to the exact amount. But again, I agree and acknowledge the sentiment that there are a greater proportion of all the costs of the program going to the larger discharge.
So you developed this cost spreadsheet and this cost analysis, and you're telling me that you can't explain to me the basis of the water authority's $171,000 fee in terms of its nexus to the program. In other words, let me finish here. The allocation of work that's required to administer the water authority's permit should be the nexus by which an application and annual fee is based on. I believe what you're telling me is that's not true for the water authority. The water authority is paying for their share of the program and a different share of somebody else's piece of the program. Is that correct?
Well, there were multiple statements there, but I can't tell you how the costs were generated. I attempted to do that this morning and maybe not very well. But all those costs, yes, to the sentiment that I've already acknowledged multiple times, the particular entity in which you represent, the permitting cost itself, the inspection costs are more than covered. But all facilities are contributing to permitting and inspections and additional regulatory oversight, but to the degree that the administrative components are covered varies. And again, we looked at what is the cost of the total program, and then developed a fee structure to recover that total cost. We tried to lay out percentiles, so the fairness and equitability could be assessed by the commission and the general public, and that is the best that I can do to provide you the information that you're.
Okay, but your testimony would be that the cost in terms of the water authority's permit are disproportionately the costs are disproportionate to the amount of actual work that would be required to administer the water authority's permit.
Yes, the larger, more complex facilities not only have additional compliance, oversight, permitting, they do have also a disproportionate impact on the administrative component, but figuring out exactly what that is, not possible.
So if you calculate on an annual basis, and I got a question with that in a minute, but you said something about they're going to be generating fees on an annual basis. As you look at the cost in an annual basis, that administrative burden that could be placed on the water authority could change every year, right?
So annually, the costs are reevaluated, the programmatic costs, and the programmatic costs are lower, or there's more dischargers. Yes, some of those fees could go down. They could change every year, but I also want to acknowledge that every 3 years, the department does retain the ability to increase costs commensurate with the consumer price.
So when you consulted with Idaho or these other places that you had discussion with in terms of their fees, does Idaho or any other state disproportionately allocate their costs amongst the various water users, whereby the higher users are paying for a share of all of the program costs?
Absolutely, that occurs throughout the country and many states. I'm not speaking on behalf of Idaho. That's not one of the things that we fairly spoke with about Idaho, but there are certainly permitting programs throughout the country in which the total revenue needs for program implementation are the driver and not necessarily the individual workload associated with a specific facility. That would be impossible to do. You don't know, like for instance, where you have to have compliance and enforcement revenue. You have to have folks ready to take enforcement cases forward. They have to be on the books prior, and you don't know who is going to incur the cost associated with that. I tried to point out earlier in the EPA model that the cost actually, or the program incurs costs from people who don't participate in the program, right? So those costs also have to be addressed. And again, if you are a larger component of the fee structure, yes, you end up carrying more of those costs.
So if the secretary waives annual fees for certain entities for hardship, won't that increase the fees for the water authority if they're sharing in the proportional difference between what's necessary and what's being funded right now?
I don't know how that is. I don't know how waivers will impact overall fees. But the hope would be that legislative allocations would help address that occurrence.
But you don't know that.
I don't.
So the water authority's annual fee could go up every year.
I would think that would be unlikely, but yes, that's possible.
Is there any place in the regulation that provides a cap on the amount of fee increase that there could be for a particular entity for a particular flow rate? Is there anything that prohibits some way of continuing to increase the annual fees?
Yes, fees are capped at CPI, reassessed every 3 years.
The fees. So every 3 years you have a chance to increase them for CPI and no other reason.
Yes.
So if the administrative costs go up in the program over time, you're not going to recover that cost, or you're going to recover that cost through CPI. How would you do that?
Well, you're presupposing that administrative costs are going to go up. We're hoping that we appropriately modeled it and have appropriate workload proxies to account for that. But if you're saying if we're presupposing administrative costs are going to go up, The only opportunity to recover those costs are once every 3 years through CPI. And that does not, if there are legislative allocations, or I should say, I need to revise some of my earlier statements, because if there are legislative allocations towards the program and then those are taken away, the program still needs to be fully funded and would be fee-based again. So there are potential, if things start out with a large legislative allocation and then the move, these could go. But if we're presupposing administrative costs go up, the only opportunity to recover those is once every 3 years on CPI.
And if there's a shortfall in the program on an annual basis, and how does that shortfall get filled?
The shortfall, again, the only opportunities would be legislative appropriations or CPI.
So NMED could carry over a shortfall from year to year, and that would equate to backlog?
Potentially. And it's what we see in many states.
Do you believe that the allocation of the program costs, where the water authority is disproportionately paying more than its share, is fair and reasonable?
I personally do, but my personal opinion on that is immaterial. That's why I tried to lay out the best I could, the percentiles and fees, so that the commission could make those judgments for themselves and the elected officials of New Mexico. That is, I can tell you, and I did not testify to, the economic feasibility or anything to that, because that is outside my scope of expertise, but I have done things so that I can sleep better. One of them being in my presentation, where I tried to look at the costs as distributed over your service population. And I've done similar things as well. But again, I'm not an expert in that, so I don't provide.
In terms of who made the decision that you were going to carry some burden of the program to the higher users, as opposed to just allocating it, as you said earlier, based on workload?
It was I can't say that there was a decision. This is the cost that needs to be made. How can it be broken up so that it feels somewhat equitable, and that we're not slamming small municipalities? We're still addressing workload proxies, and we're not slamming small municipalities with, financial impacts that they may not be able to recover. I proposed and talked through multiple potential fee structures within the NAB, and I don't recall an individual saying, let's do that specifically. It was looking at this fee structure. It was, we determined was the best.
Yeah, I should have clarified my question. I am not interested in knowing a person's name.
Yeah.
Or position or anything like that. I was just trying to get at the point that somebody made a decision that they were going to reallocate the cost, and that the program costs were going to be disproportionately shared across the rates. That's all. Do you believe that the proposed fees should have some checks and balances built into the program or into the fee structure?
I wouldn't want any government agency to not have check and balances, but I'm not sure specifically that I understand your question.
Do the regulations provide for any reporting or monitoring requirements to the WQCC or to the legislature with respect to staffing, funding, and how the funds are spent?
To that, I will have to defer to Ms. Lemon, who I believe has already testified to.
Does Arizona, Idaho, or any other state that you know of, we're aware of, have any reporting or monitoring requirements for its programs?
When you say reporting and monitoring, you mean specifically fees?
Some checks and balances with respect to their programs.
I would, if it's not related to just fees, I would say, yeah, all of them.
There was a proposal that the Water Authority made that the fee should be based on actual discharges rather than design capacity. Are you familiar with that?
I may have been. Sorry, I have a bad memory.
No. Why aren't the fees based on actual discharges rather than the design capacity?
When you permit a POTW, federal regs do require that you specify it on the design flow of the POTW.
Okay. But wouldn't the actual discharge really be more consistent with what the actual workload is in terms of how you would monitor what the needs are in terms of that program? For example, the Water Authority discharges 50 or 55 million gallons a day, not 72 or 76, I mean.
67. Sorry, can you ask that question one more time? I'll let myself get distracted.
Okay. Wouldn't it be better to base the fees? You said the federal law prohibits. Can you tell me exactly where the federal law prohibits the use of that requires that design capacity be used in terms of the determination of fees?
I cannot give you the specific 40 CFR reference, but I can tell you that when you are determining pollutant loading discharge, allowable pollutant loadings from a POTW, they do require that you use the design.
Okay, but that's not the question I asked you. I asked you where it says in the Code of Federal Regulations that fees that are charged to individual users for their application and their annual fees should be based on their design capacity.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood your question. The federal regs do not specify anything about fees that a state is charged.
So the fees could be based on actual discharges and not design capacity.
They would have to be reevaluated very frequently.
Well, wouldn't they be better at determining what the annual fees are because the actual discharge is what the actual workload would be?
No, I don't know. I don't know that is a true statement. Your design flow impacts if you're a major or minor, impacts how frequently you're going to be inspected, impacts if an anti-dag analysis is going to be required, things of that nature. That is all tied to design flow ability.
So if the Water Authority decided to reuse a portion or all of its effluent for some other purpose, the design capacity of the plant wouldn't change, but there could be very little discharge, and the amount of work associated with that would be pretty minimal, would it not?
Are you implying that your entity would go 100, I don't know, a high percentage of reuse, but not retain the potential for full discharge in case of off-spec water or something to that effect? And my understanding is that if you go to reuse or you have other uses, you still want to retain that discharge capacity.
Well, that's not, I'm not asking, I'm the one asking the questions here. If the Water Authority continued to discharge, but only at 5% of what it did before, and the design capacity for the plant was still 76 MGD, wouldn't the amount of work for NMED be significantly less than what it would be required for a 76 MGD facility?
I would really have to think about that. Off the top of my head, replying yes or no seems a little haphazard. I will tell you, my initial gut feeling is no, you still retain that design capacity and there'd still be concern of significant discharge, actually just oversight, things of that nature, monitoring requirements would all stay relatively the same.
Let me ask the question in a different way. If the Water Authority went to zero discharge, but retained its permit to allow it to discharge, but did not discharge, would the workload be less for New Mexico Environment Department?
Gentlemen, we need a break soon, Mr. Stomp, and you've begun speaking fast and talking over one another again.
Okay, I apologize. You want me to repeat the question?
Yes.
If the Water Authority went to zero discharge and did not discharge to the river, but yet retained their NPDES permit for 76 MGD, would not the workload for NMED or compliance go down?
I believe it would. You would have,
but the annual fee would be the same.
Yes, sir.
So there's no accommodation for what you're actually discharging in terms of the workload. It's just based on whatever the capacity.
Well, there is an accommodation in Exhibit 79. I would hope that if such an extreme situation was occurring, that you would be able to make a case for a fee reduction under the revisions provided in Exhibit 79 for either fee waivers or reductions of fees.
Madam Hearing Examiner, how much time do I have?
You still have, I'm sorry, 1:50. 2:53:20. You still have 40 minutes or so, but we need a break.
Okay.
All right. So let's take 10 minutes and come back at 2:45. Let's come back from the break, please. All right. We are back after a short break. Mr. Stomp.
Thank you very much. Just have a few more questions for you, Mr. Donnelly. Is there a requirement, regulatory requirement, legal requirement, any requirement that there be some sort of nexus between the amount of the fees and the workload required? Okay.
It's
So in terms of the administrative burden increase, NMED or whoever made the decision could have picked any number in terms of what that increase of cost could have been or will be in the future.
You can't take various, they're as illustrated by various states, and I tried to illustrate in my initial written testimony is, yeah, states have a lot of flexibility in how they develop and implement. And there could be a flat, I mentioned it earlier verbally, there could be a flat fee of 30 to 32,000 approximately for every single.
So I think you said the annual fee was 171,000. How many FTEs is that?
177.
177.
It's over about 1.25. I have to do the math pretty quick.
But in terms of just the FTEs required to do the work, you're telling me that there's no requirement that there actually be some correlation between how much work is necessary, those FTEs that would be required for under the Water Authority's fees in terms of.
No, but I would also argue that this isn't entirely arbitrary. Your permit is going to take a considerable amount of effort, not just to generate, but then regulatory oversight. And the regulatory oversight is the program costs are proportional to what it's going to take to implement your permit. But that also means you're taking on more of the administrative burden or administrative costs of the program as a larger.
Okay. So if there's not a requirement that there be a nexus between the actual amount of work and the actual fee, isn't that sort of the definition of arbitrary?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question one more time?
If there's no nexus between what you charge the Water Authority and how much work needs to be done, isn't that the definition of arbitrary?
I don't believe that's the definition of arbitrary, but I also would like to say that we did attempt with workload proxies to try to make it proportional towards what your entity would take to implement the NPDES or state waters permitting program. That's why we consider design flow, major mine, industrials, the outtake, such. It's not arbitrary. We tried to use workload proxies, but again, you take on more if you are a higher percentage of just the permitting components, then the thought is you should take on a higher percentage of the administrative component.
But you can't tell me what those percentages are.
I cannot. I mean, we'd have to actually look at data. Everything's kind of theoretical. It's proportionate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. Ms. Taylor, I believe you're next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a procedural question first, directed to your lawyers. A number of my questions, especially to Mr. Connolly, will involve his presentation. Would it be possible to put that back up when we get to that point? They are more illustrative for folks. Okay, thank you. First, however, I would like to start with Ms. Lemon. And Mr. Connolly's been working on this project for a long time, hasn't he?
He has.
And so when you filed the first petition back in November, you had his model and his spreadsheets, didn't you?
Yes, they were developed.
Okay, but you didn't disclose him to the public, did you?
No, but nobody asked for them either.
Well, the San Juan Water Commission asked for the model, March the 13th, I believe. No, that's not right. Asked for the model at a different time, but we asked for it and you did eventually provide it, correct?
I know that we provided you some information. Yes.
Okay, but the information you provided the San Juan Water Commission did not include the spreadsheets that we saw on Mr. Connolly's presentation today, correct?
I don't know, Mr. Connolly.
Sure.
Yeah, you were provided the EPA costing model. That was the request. We provided that. The spreadsheets to calculate the fees so we could verify that we were meeting revenue requirements for the program wasn't requested and was not provided.
I'm not sure we knew to request that, but and what I heard earlier just a few minutes ago was that you don't really plan to disclose that to distribute that to the public at this point, correct?
I would have to consult with my lawyers about that, so I don't know.
If your lawyer said that it was okay to disclose that, would you disclose it?
Yes.
And then on the calculation of fees, I know that I've had several conversations with your counsel and with you and Mr. Connolly on how to calculate the fees, correct?
Yes.
And so the Water Commission asked for the formula to calculate its fee and the fee, well, the Water Commission didn't have a fee, but the fees for the three cities in San Juan County around March 13th, right?
Yes.
And you gave that to us around around April the 2nd.
I'm not sure. Yes.
Okay. I mean, take my word for it. I looked at the emails, so
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
I know we responded to you.
Sure, but the formula that you gave to the Water Commission was incorrect, right?
Yeah, and I attempted to address not the formula, but the end result. I used a different version of the spreadsheet.
Well, no, I think that the formula that Ms. Lemon gave us said that the formula to calculate the annual fee was 4.2 times the whole application fee. And your formula, Mr. Connolly, as I understand it, is 4.2 times the design flow calculation, correct? Plus the base fee.
Yeah, I'm only familiar with what I.
So those are different, right?
Not sure.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Yes.
And I'd have to look back at the emails, but I do remember that was my email to you.
Correct.
So I may have to take credit for any errors.
Okay.
And in the explanation.
Okay.
Until they were corrected.
All right. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit, Ms. Lemon, about the impact on ratepayers. New Mexico, the NMAC is proposing an increase in fees for POTWs from the current level of 0 to as much as we heard just a minute ago, $177,000 annually for the water authority, right?
Yes.
And do you agree that these costs will necessarily be passed on to ratepayers?
I'm unsure. I don't know. I would assume, yes, it would be passed on to ratepayers.
And in your experience with water utilities, is their goal to try to keep rates low?
I think they keep rates so that they can administer their programs.
Do they try to
and provide water or wastewater or solid waste services to their constituents?
Are you aware of EPA's definition of unaffordable for water and wastewater bills as a percentage of household income?
I'm not.
Would it be reasonable to you if the EPA said that water and wastewater bills are unaffordable when they're at least 4.5% of household income?
I'm not an economist. I cannot speak to that.
Would you agree that a measure of poor financial position for a PTOW is that it cannot afford to pay for project and capital costs?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Would you say that a measure of poor financial position for a PTOW, for a POTW, is that it cannot afford to pay for project and capital costs?
If it's working in a deficit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your answer was yes?
Yeah, same with any household, any agency, anybody who's working in a deficit or financial management.
Are you aware that a recent EPA report indicated that New Mexico currently has unfunded POTW project and capital costs needs of $5,799 per capita?
No.
And at this point, if I could ask for the demonstrative number 2 from Mr. Connolly. Slide 8. And that's on the fee development workload base fees. I think that's the one. And really, I just wanted. Do you have it there?
I think is it this one right here?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. I don't mean to make you
It's here.
Yeah,
break your neck. Yeah. Okay.
This one's
Okay.
a little bit different.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And so really, I just want to explore a little bit more the issue that Mr. Stomp talked about of design flow versus discharge flow as the basis for the fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so also I'd like Ms. Lemon to answer this as well, but doesn't that choice act as a disincentive for your reuse of wastewater?
I do not believe it acts as a disincentive.
So another topic related to that is your experience living in America that costs go up over time.
Yes.
Yes.
Not just America.
Right. So isn't it cheaper to build a facility sooner rather than later?
Sure.
And isn't it a disincentive for planning ahead and building the facility to have the fee based on on design flow instead of discharge? Isn't that a disincentive to building ahead, to building that capacity now?
I don't believe so. No, because you're planning for growth, which will have more ratepayers and ability to generate that revenue. And you are also permitted at the design flow. So that's what we have to use.
Well, I think that Mr. Connolly said that there's no rule that says that you have to use design flow as the basis for the fee, correct?
It's the easiest way for us to have a consistent, stable number that is not fluctuating every year because that design flow is what you're permitted at for 5 years.
So the fact that you could use a POTW's metering reports that it turns into the state engineer doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we permit at design flow for
Because
POTWs.
and you design and you permit at design flow because it's easier than using discharge rate?
No, those are the requirements for permitting.
But Mr. Conley said there were no requirements to base fees on design or discharge.
For the fees for permitting, you permit at design flow.
No, I'm just asking about fees though. And what I'm getting at is that I think, well, tell me if you're familiar with state engineer permits where an entity has a permit that has a return flow credit plan. Are you familiar with that?
Somewhat.
Somewhat.
I'm not in the state engineer's office, so.
Of course.
Yeah.
But would you agree with me that part of that return flow credit plan is that you are able to, or that you are required to report your discharges on a like hourly, daily, at least monthly basis?
Are you talking about? Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about. No.
Okay, so if an entity has a return flow credit plan, would you agree that it has to report how much it discharges to the river so that it can meet its return flow credit plan requirements?
Yes.
Okay, and those numbers are available. They're sent to the state engineer's office, and they could be sent to you or are sent to NMAC too, correct?
Right, and those return flows are back to the surface water, correct?
Yes.
Not reuse.
Correct.
Okay.
It is the amount that actually hits the river. That's right.
Right. We also have DMRs that have the discharge rates that are reported monthly.
So the fees could be based on, say, an annual average of those discharges actually measured instead of the design criteria, correct?
Yeah, it would definitely be harder to have a consistent rate over the term of your permit or into, for planning purposes, but I suppose, yes.
All right, I'd like to turn to another topic on annual adjustments of the fees. Mr. Conley's talked about that. You've talked about that, and I'm very confused. Because on one hand, I've heard you say, and I've heard Mr. Conley say, that the program is going to look at what the cost of the program is on an annual basis and even potentially reduce the fees based on that lower cost, correct?
Every year we have to look at our budget for the legislature, and we receive a budget on a fiscal year basis. So that analysis looks at what our projected costs are and what our budget will be for the upcoming fiscal year. Once we know that, we know whether or not the legislature is appropriating funding or not, and we can make adjustments to those annual fees, adjusting down.
But the fee, I believe the language is that the annual fee rate is also based on the projected total annual cost of the program implementation, correct?
The annual fee is to support the program costs so we don't have peaks and valleys of funding coming in to pay for the program.
No, I understand that, but that's not my question. My question is that under 20.6.2.2350 and 20.6.5.601, it says that the annual fee rate shall be determined by dividing the total appropriate amount for the program by the projected total annual program cost for the upcoming fiscal year. Does that sound right? I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about that projected total annual cost of program implementation. How do you plan to calculate the total annual cost of program calculation? For example, are you going to use what just happened last year?
It's typically based on actual expenses from the previous fiscal year, but we submit our budget to the legislature and we break it down into personnel, into contractual funding, and into other categories, which include things like computers, supplies, equipment, all the other operating expenses. And so typically those budget requests are based on what actually occurred in the previous fiscal year.
So you are determining, you meaning the bureau that you're head of, you are determining what that cost was, and you use that to project what the cost will be the next fiscal year, correct?
We're not determining, we're taking actual reports from our financial managers and looking at that data.
I'm sure, of course, you are calculating what happened and you're determining from that what the cost will be for the next fiscal year.
Correct.
So the cost in the rule could change on an annual basis, right?
I'm not sure where, like, I don't understand.
Okay, let me go on and we'll talk about that some more. And I know you're familiar, or I believe you're familiar with the groundwater portion of the rule that was amended to add the surface water quality or the surface water part, correct?
20.6.2, yes.
And under 20.6.2.3114.E, then NMED must report to the WQCC every 3 years.
I'm not sure about what the Groundwater Quality Bureau does.
But would you agree that's what the rule says? I can read it to you. It says,
what paragraph are you in, or
G,
what subsection?
oh, you know what? I gave you the wrong one. It's G. So it's 20.6.2.3441.G.
I see it.
Okay. And it says every 3 years beginning in 2004, the department shall review the fees specified in Table 1 and 2 of this section and shall provide a report to the commission, meaning the WQCC, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that really is an admonition to just report on groundwater fees, right?
Yes, that is the groundwater section.
Okay. And so with that, that particular reporting requirement does not apply to the new surface water rules, does it?
Rolling up. I do not see it, but that if the commission decides that they want to add that, the department is not opposed.
Great. And that section in the groundwater part of the rule also says that the department, meaning NMED, shall revise the fees as necessary in accordance with section 74-6-5L NMSA. That's the last sentence of the section.
We have that in the surface water portion as well.
Where is it in the surface water portion?
In F, subsection F of 2350, it states these revisions shall be in accordance with section 74-6-5L NMSA 1978.
All right, thank you. And that section, that statutory section the statutory section 74-6-5L says essentially that the WQCC sets the fees by rule, correct?
I believe that's why we're here.
But you've been telling me, and Mr. Connolly has been telling me, that you're going to be adjusting the fees on an annual basis, correct?
On an annual basis to provide discounts to the annual fees. Yes, the fees that are set here are the maximum fees. So annually, they may be adjusted down based on the legislative appropriations that we we receive for the program.
But that section of that portion of that section also says that the fee shall be determined by the projected total annual program cost for the upcoming fiscal year, not just the legislative discount, right?
Meaning that if we get legislative support with our program, that would reduce the fees. That would be the discount.
So
the fees are set. The fees are set. If the legislature provides appropriations to the department for the program, then the annual fees get reduced. And that would be on an annual basis based on the appropriations that the legislature provides every year, if they do.
Right.
We're not good.
So you're not going to be changing the fees other than to get a discount? Is that correct?
There are two provisions. One is the annual review to look at the legislative appropriations for any given fiscal year and providing a discount for those annual fees. The other provision is looking at CPIU to adjust according to the consumer price index. So there's two mechanisms in here to adjust fees. There's also the prorated fee for the application fee. So if you you're getting a permit and the effective date starts in March, you're getting prorated for that fiscal year.
And that last provision you're talking about, that's in what's now known as NMAC Exhibit 79, correct? And that suggestion was from Rick Cox from this representing the San Juan Water Commission, correct?
I believe so.
So, and I think his point, would you agree, was so that a particular entity doesn't get charged both an application fee and an annual fee in the same year.
Correct.
That's one of your changes I like, by the way. So,
well, thank you.
So getting back to a different topic, let's talk about waivers a little bit. So the waivers are in 20.6.5.601 D and 20.6.2.2350 And so and Mr. Som talked about this a little bit, if you waive or reduce fees to a particular entity, how do you make up the cost?
So that is dependent. It may be that we have legislative appropriations to help with that. We have grants that help with that. We have other funding sources that would cover those costs, and they would have to be justified to receive the fee waiver or reduction. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Meaning they would have to be justified, meaning the waiver itself would have to be justified?
Yeah, the secretary would have to approve it.
So do you anticipate that, let's say you give waivers, and I'm making up numbers, in the neighborhood of $1 million? Is that $1 million that you don't get from the legislature or grants, or is that it's $1 million cost to the program? Is your intent to divide it up on a pro rata basis among the other permittees?
That's not the intent. No, it's specific. That waiver is specific to the permittee, and the program costs should be recovered by this fee structure.
No, that's not my question. So you've got $1 million hole in your budget because the secretary approved $1 million worth of waivers and reduction. How does the program make up that cost? Is it on a pro rata basis or divided equally among all the paying permittees?
I would be going to my secretary to say, how are we going to make up this deficit of $1 million, and requesting that we ask for a special appropriation or some other legislative funding to cover that $1 million hole, right?
But the rule itself does not address how that $1 million hole will be
No,
filled.
no.
And if the waiver, so I guess the question, I guess in my next question, I already know the answer. If the waiver is for a small POTW, say less than 10 billion gallons a day, would that missed fee be distributed among the other small POTWs?
No,
But the rule doesn't say how it will be made up, does it?
that is part of the program budget. And that's where I, as bureau chief, and my senior leadership need to figure out how to pay for the program if our program costs are not fully recovered by fees.
But if you were unable to get a budget special appropriation or grant or something, and your program has that hole to fill, what is the justification for some permittees subsidizing other permittees?
I'm not sure they are subsidizing other permittees. I'm not sure, like, because of the waiver. I don't understand your question.
Okay, let me try again. So the secretary approves waivers. We've got $1 million hole in the budget, no other source of funds. Okay. And so you have to make up that part of the program, that part of the program's budget, by assigning additional fees to somebody else, right?
Not necessarily. This gets into program implementation. I mean, we deal with fluctuations in budgets all the time. We tighten our belts at certain times. We expand the programs at certain times. So there's always a variability with the amount of budget that the department receives, that the Bureau receives for program implementation. So having that hole, we adjust the program to meet the needs. We don't adjust the fees unless we come back here before the commission to create a totally different fee structure.
But it is possible, isn't it, that in some year that you might decide that the only option is to increase the fees on other paying permittees, correct?
Which we would need to come back to the commission to request for that adjustment. And I believe other bureaus have been before the EIB, the Environmental Improvement Board, to try to increase fees. I know that there are other programs in the Water Protection Division who want to come before the commission to request fees changes. So that's part of the process.
So at that point, then you'd have to justify that to the commission, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Connolly, I'd like to ask you some questions. And this may be eventually when we'll want to look at your PowerPoint again. So a lot of my observation, getting your PowerPoint and hearing you testify, is that a lot of your presentation is new, correct? New information.
New information for the regulated community.
Well, no, it's what I'm sorry. Let me be more clear. A lot of the information you've presented yesterday and today was not in your direct or rebuttal testimony, correct?
The presentation was made with testimony rebuttal in mind. Yes.
In mind, but not disclosed. For example, we've talked about the spreadsheets in the model that has appeared on your PowerPoint, but it was not disclosed as part of your testimony, right?
We explained the process to explained the permitting universe, the EPA model that was utilized, but the exact numbers, the LOE estimates, yeah, I grouped those together in categories I thought would be informative for folks. I did not think they would know exactly how many hours it took to write an individual permit or a general permit. So I tried to group things together in categories that could be assessed. But yes, the granularity is no.
So just put it in my simple lawyer terms. So the details weren't disclosed, but you gave us overall summaries, correct?
Yeah, and then, I mean, you asked for model printouts and you got them. So
So I did notice, just moving on to a different topic, and I was talking about comparisons with other state fees for a while. So neither one of your presentations, demonstrative 1 or 2, included any comparisons with other states, correct?
that is correct.
But that was those comparisons were part of your direct and your rebuttal testimony, right?
Yes.
And in your rebuttal, you said that Farmington's annual fee would be $37,000, and you corrected that.
Yes, in my prior to being corrected. Yes.
Okay. And Farmington's actual fee, as it turns out, and I'm just going to use, well, I'm not going to use a round number, but kind of round.
Yeah.
The exact number is $111,407.
Yep.
Correct. So let's just say $111,400. And then, so then we've got that straightened out. The San Juan Water Commission's expert, Rick Cox, used a hypothetical 6 million gallon a day comparison to look at fees, the states that you talked about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair way to compare apples to apples?
In terms of costs to the permittees, absolutely.
And Mr. Cox's value for the annual fee for a POTW that has a design capacity of 6 million gallons a day in New Mexico would be $104,372 for the annual fee.
Mr. Okay, that sounds appropriate.
Okay, let's just say roughly 104,000. And according to, California's annual fee based on the formula in your testimony would be about $42,100 per year. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct. I want to point out, though, that all those states aren't 100% fee based. A lot of them have legislative allocations, which we would hope for. We'd love these to be.
And so New Mexico's fee of 104,000 is more than 2.4 times larger than California's fee of about 42,000, correct?
Yep.
And the fact that California's fee is 2.4 times larger than New Mexico's proposed fee shows that New Mexico's fee is not comparable to California's fee, doesn't it?
Comparable is, I would need to know what you mean by comparable, but in terms of the costs incurred by the permittee, it's certainly not the same. California's service and their backlog is not what we would be hoping for New Mexico and the environment.
So let's turn to Arizona's annual fee. Arizona's annual fee for 6 million gallons a day is $3,586. Sound about right?
Can you say that?
Sure. $3,586. And that's on Mr. Cox's comparison.
Yeah, I looked at Mr. I would agree, but I checked Mr. Cox's numbers and thought they were fairly reasonable.
Okay.
Based on what I could see.
Thank you. So New Mexico's fee of 104,000 is more than 29 times larger than Arizona's fee, right?
That is correct.
Are you
done the math, but I assume.
I'm
sorry.
My calculator tells me that. So, and are you familiar with the PDS program in Arizona?
PDS.
The surface water discharge program in Arizona?
We support Arizona quite a bit.
Okay.
And I can tell you, we write permits for Arizona that cost a lot more than that.
In direct testimony in Exhibit 34, you said that Arizona was a good comparison because I believe of its climate, its demographics, its topography. Is that correct?
I don't recall saying that, but I don't argue that.
And today you also said that you thought that Arizona's fees were subsidized about 40% from the legislature. That
I would have to go back and and check this out, but regionally, that's the amount. That's I would have to look up for the individual state. But regionally, 40% is the average for Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, Utah, and Nevada.
So, but a substantial supplement from the legislature was your testimony, correct?
I believe so. Again, I would want to go back and check Arizona specifically, and I believe I have a report somewhere that actually does that. But I agree that if you account for the legislative allotment, they're still high in comparison to that. But again, having personal experience writing permits and managing staff that write permits in the state or have written or done permit components, I know their permit costs are considerably higher than these.
Are you familiar with Arizona statute section 49-255.01J?
Not off the top of my.
Okay, well, let me read it to you. It says the director shall establish by rule fees, including maximum fees, to pay expenses incurred in implementing the AZPDES program. Monies collected pursuant to this section shall be deposited pursuant to sections 35-146 and 35-147 in the water quality fee fund established by 49-210. That sounds,
I believe you.
Okay. Well, and that rule says similarly to New Mexico's rule that the fees will pay the expenses incurred, correct?
The fees will pay the expenses incurred
In the program.
Are you asking if that's what New Mexico say? Or
no,
Arizona?
I'm asking about Arizona.
I would need you to read that one more time again, but if you are asserting that, then I would be in agreement, most likely.
But doesn't that mean then that in Arizona, the fees pay the cost of the program?
I don't know. I don't know if that means that their entire program is supported by fees. I don't know that if they're using 106 grant funds to support the program. I would need to look more into Arizona.
So you don't know if this means that the legislature does not fund the program out of general funds.
I'm hesitant to testify to any of my knowledge on Arizona without going through a review of Arizona fee structure relatively quickly. But if you have documents in front of you that say, I won't deny it. But from what you read, I didn't pick that up specifically. It sounded like there are fees deposited into a fund that are used to support the program. Did it indicate that it's only a fee supported program?
Well, that's what the statute seems to say to me, but we can move on.
Because I believe there's only two states that I know that are completely fee based: North Dakota and Mississippi. Excuse me. Yeah, they do not have these. I'm sorry, I got that backwards.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I got something mixed up. It's not appropriate.
And earlier today, I think they're kind of running together at this point. Earlier today, you talked about backlog data.
Yes.
And I believe your contention was that low fees equal big backlogs.
Not necessarily equal,
but contribute.
They can contribute if you do not main staff and maintain staff for long periods of time. Permit writing is not a skill that you pick up in a year. Permit writing is a skill that you get competent at 3 to 5 years. So.
And I think one of the things you said is that you looked at the EPA's October 2025 report, studying the levels of backlog among states that have primacy to issue those permits, correct? Mm-hmm. And I think you said, and correct me if I misheard, I think you said that you looked at Region 6, which includes New Mexico. Mm-hmm. And you also said that Region 6 includes Arizona, I believe.
Yes.
But Arizona's in Region 9, isn't it?
No.
Really?
Oh, is it? Oh, but I have to go back and look at that report. What did I do? Arizona?
And let me tell you that I'm looking at the report, and Region 6 includes a state abbreviated AR.
Oh, okay, Arkansas. So I'm sorry, I wrote it down and I got it messed up when I was
Okay.
referencing. So
So that was a mistake that you said earlier today.
yeah, it's bad handwriting.
I understand. And that was, you attributed the backlog to Arizona using that flawed handwriting at 20%, 20.1%, right? And if I'm looking at the report correctly, Region 9, which does include Arizona, Arizona has a backlog of 2.9%.
Okay. I will acknowledge Arizona is the most efficient state I've ever seen write permits. And even still, again, their permit costs, at least when they contract with us, are more than the fee. But I will acknowledge they are kind of the gold standard in my mind of what a state can achieve. And when I was talking about costing programs, again, they are the most efficient I think you can be. I think Arizona has an amazing permitting program. I don't, I'm not going to use the most efficient state that I've ever seen as what to be expected. We hope New Mexico gets there.
But the fee calculated for a 6 million gallons per day domestic wastewater discharge is still just under $3,600 a year for the annual fee.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that the real fee is higher? How is that?
No, I'm not saying the real fee is higher. I'm saying that if you are to write that permit, it's going to be considerably.
What do you mean if you are going to write that permit? Do you mean that the agency is writing the permit?
Yes.
But the fee is lower and they're able to do the program and have a very tiny backlog, right?
Okay. Somehow we're not getting the whole story on Arizona, which is why, I would want to look more into their program along this line of questioning. They are not writing NPDES permits for $3,600. That is not happening anywhere. So, I mean, you're looking at hundreds of hours invested in permit. That is the case. And we have done a lot of automation on Arizona tools. We've provided a lot of their permit writings that really do increase efficiency. But even still, they're not writing a permit for $3,600.
So let's talk a little bit about how the annual projection of program costs for the upcoming fiscal year relates to Table 1 in 20.6.2, 2354, and 20.6.5605.
Mm-hmm.
And the CPI, so the CPI adjustment in 20.6.5.601F and 20.6.2.2350F says it applies to fees specified in tables 1 and 2 of this section. Are you familiar with that part of the rule?
Yes.
But the tables are in different sections. They're in sections 20.6.5.605 and 20.6.2.2354, right? So the rule is incorrect in the reference, right?
I based on this quick look, it does appear so. Take a look at it for a second.
Can I answer this?
Sure.
So in the rule, when it's talking about CPIU, it says that it applies to table 1 and 2 of this section, and this section, yes, is 2350. It should be 2354.
And similarly in the other rule too. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I've struggled a lot with table 1, trying to understand it. And table 1 has an asterisk on it, right? For all the domestic and industrial discharge fees. And table 1 is the one that has the ranges of fees, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it has an asterisk that says that fees for domestic and industrial discharges are calculated pursuant to the rule and not by the table.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the CPI adjustment every 3 years in 20.6.2.2350.f and 20.6.5.601f perhaps applies just to the flat fees in table 1, such as for pre-treatment program and the permittee initiated hearing fees. Is that correct?
That is not correct. The CPI adjustment would be for the application and annual fees, but because they're calculated, we can't put them, it's a range. So it's not one number like you were talking about, you know, those other values for pre-treatment or permit modification, those are just set fees. But because industrial and domestic wastewaters are calculated, it would still be, that adjustment would still be applied to that calculation.
But the asterisk says that you calculate the fees not based on the ranges in table 1, but according to the rule formula in a different section, correct?
The formula, yes.
But the CPI section does not apply to the rule formula, correct?
I would not argue that because the tables are not specific fees, it's a calculation. So it's applying to the calculation set in the table.
So how does a permittee know what the CPI value is if the CPI value is not applied to the rule that gives you the formula, but only to the table that shows you what the ranges could possibly be?
So the CPI will be, I don't think it says specifically in here, but the CPI would be something that the department has on their website or brings to the commission, depending on how the commission wants to approve this portion. But it would be noticed and available to permittees.
But the rule wouldn't change, would it, until you had a rulemaking?
Yeah, potentially, depending on how the commission decides to incorporate or not incorporate the CPI index.
Wouldn't it be better in the rule if the CPI escalator had a direct reference to the formula so that people knew that that's where the CPI escalator was going to be applied?
We can do that. Nobody caught that previously before this line of questioning, so thank you.
All right, I would like to look at one of Mr. Connolly's slides in demonstrative 2, slide 4. And in particular, I'm looking at the last bullet point that says if actual program costs or the number of regulated facilities differ from initial projections, the annual fee rate will be updated accordingly to reflect NMED's programmatic needs. Did I kind of read that right?
You did.
Oh, okay. So my question is for either you or Ms. Lemon, where is that in the rule?
So this, I would like to talk to Ms. Lemon about this, but when you were reading through the ability to evaluate program costs on an annual basis and use that to impact the fees, if there are additional permittees that are covered under it, that could potentially reduce, and I give it the same reference, that could potentially reduce the fees. So when and I had talked about this when I was going through my presentation and was questioned about it, and my first cross today, when costing out the fees, we assumed the actual permitted universe. And we assume that there's going to be growth. As there's growth under this, and the program was costed at growth, those costs are going to be absorbed by more permittees, which means those fees can then be adjusted further down.
Would that adjustment downward though take WQCC action under the statute?
I believe that type of action would require WQCC approval.
So NMED couldn't just do it on their own, right?
No, because the fees are set in rule.
All right, let's go to slide 7 in that same presentation, please. And this is talking about program costs versus fee allocations. And this was the first time that you have disclosed the estimated program costs versus the allocated fees, right?
I believe we've done something to this effect in a public meeting before.
But it hasn't been in your testimony, either your direct or your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I believe it was in my direct testimony. I could be mistaken, but I do believe I thought that we broke out these categories.
One thing I noticed on there, being partial to POTWs as I am, that the POTWs estimated program cost is 33%, but they're being charged 35%, right?
Yes. Well, that's how they're projected.
And so would you be surprised that cities think that's unfair?
No, I would not be surprised if some viewed that as unfair.
And I've talked, I'm sorry. Let's go to slide number 9 in that presentation, please. And I just wanted to point out, this is one of the spreadsheets I was talking about earlier where it's all blurred out and we can't see what the numbers are, correct?
Yeah, we did blur out the individual entity.
And so I guess you're saying that it's my fault that I didn't ask for this, and that's why I didn't receive it?
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying you didn't ask.
But nevertheless, the commission hasn't seen this before, and they still can't really see it, can they, with the blurring?
Right.
And because it's blurred out, because we don't have the whole spreadsheet, we're not able to check your calculations, are we?
You are not fully able to check the calculations, although with the design flow, you could go through and check the calculations to, based on the application and annual fees for the ones that are visible. But yes,
and given the fact that we've had a number of incorrect calculations, wouldn't the San Juan Water Commission have reason to check these calculations?
We did get together and check the calculations together.
But there's been no time to do that, right?
Well, we did get together, and we had a video call, myself, yourself, and Mr. Cox will check the calculations.
We did, but we didn't see
Not
those.
all of them, so.
Right. Well, and we didn't see those spreadsheets, did we?
No.
All right. On slide 10, you, so that's just one I want to look at. And this is the calculation for POTWs, and you give the two samples there, which are very helpful. And I believe that you have said in other slides and in your testimony that an FTE is about $115,000, correct?
Yes, in the initial cost. And if you read through my direct, we actually ended up, I think, bumping that up 5.6% in the final cost. But yeah, that was the initial one.
And as we've established before, that Farmington's annual fee is about 111,000, a little over that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's close to maybe 80% of an FTE, correct?
Correct.
And would you think it would take one person almost full time or 80% of the time to monitor compliance for Farmington?
Not specific to Farmington, but Farmington also has to contribute to compliance and enforcement readiness, policy development, SOP development, all the infrastructure behind the program. And I try to make it clear in my testimony that this is not just the permitting costs that are direct to that specific entity. There are programmatic infrastructure costs that also have to be accounted.
So they're paying for the whole program, not just for their particular monitoring. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, similar to how we pay for police and fire and often aren't utilizing them, such as compliance and enforcement.
So I want to move to the formula itself.
Mm-hmm.
And the formula and I think the formula is here, right, on this slide. The formula
at the top.
It is here, correct? And the formula is the base fee for the annual, for the base fee, I'm sorry, for the base fee, the formula is base fee plus design flow times size factor. And in your example, you talk about using the cap. And the category cap is on the table on the far right column, correct?
Correct.
But the formula itself does not mention the cap, does it?
No, the cap is there to make it easy.
Wouldn't it be simpler if the formula talked about the cap?
I don't know. I thought when we were talking about how to express it, I considered that. And I don't know if that would make it easier or more difficult. But it may. I have a hard time assessing what exactly is most digestible, but potentially.
But the fact that the category cap is there, but the formula doesn't talk about the cap could be confusing, right?
Yes.
And you said that the fee calculator will be on NMED's website earlier today.
Could be. That is part of implementation that we've discussed.
And so why didn't you include the fee calculator as part of your testimony?
Because it's not finalized. It's not something that that is in place, or I can say as a contractor 100% assurance that it will be in place. It's a relatively simple thing for NMAD to do on the website that would make it easy for entities to.
And I think when we had our video discussion a few weeks ago, you said that the fees were back calculated from the cost, right?
Yes, we looked at program costs and then back.
And I think you also said today that the 4.2 factor could be changed if the costs change.
No, but I had wished that I had removed the 4.2 factor and incorporated it more seamlessly into the actual rates that have been generated, as opposed to just keeping that multiplier there. It could have been incorporated into are we talking annual fees here?
Yes.
Yeah, it could have been. I could have had a second table available with different size factors. But then there would have been more tables. So I was just trying to make the formula easier to follow for them. And I lamented not attempting to do that.
I really thought I heard you say that I really thought I heard you say that the 4.2 factor could be changed if the cost changed earlier today.
No, I don't believe that the 4.2 factor could be changed than the regulation.
And you had explained again just now that you think the 4.2 factor could be included more seamlessly. Do you anticipate offering an amendment to the rule to make that change?
No, no. That is my, I was, why I was up there was just like, oh, why didn't I just more seamlessly integrate this? It's still fairly easy to calculate. And again, if NMAC provides a calculator for these things.
And I think you've talked about this a little bit, but I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. One could look at the 4.2 factor and assume that the annual review cost roughly 4.2 times the effort to issue a permit, couldn't they?
More or less.
But wouldn't the monitoring of a permit take less effort than the initial drafting of the permit?
It does, but again, the application fee is to really cover the cost of permit generation, or at least offset the cost of permit generation. That annual fee is paying for the infrastructure behind the permit itself, including, again, administration, guidance development, SOP development, compliance and enforcement ready.
Let's go to slide 13, please. And this is one of your rebalancing.
It was just to illustrate, again, I want to be as transparent as possible. That's why we provided the percentiles and how fees are having impacts on, various categories of dischargers. And then, I recognize that at the 90th percentile, 100th percentile, the fees are large. And I want to make it very clear to everyone that is assessing the reasonableness of these. If you do rebalance, kind of what the impact is.
Let's go to number 14 then, please. Okay, yeah, with the red boxes and the animation that doesn't work, I have that problem too. So. And I just want to talk about one of your column headings that threw us for a loop for a minute. The fourth column heading says existing annual fee.
Proposed.
Okay, so it should be the proposed.
Existing in the regulation.
Okay, because in actuality, the current fee for Farmington for its NPDES permit is 0, right?
Currently, yes, ma'am.
And then we're going to skip ahead to slide 22, please. And I think we've probably talked about this, that the projected annual program costs will be based on your experience in the previous year, correct?
I would defer to Ms. Lemon.
I believe that's Ms. Lemon, what you said earlier, right?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Okay, that the projected total annual program cost that will set, well, I'm sorry, let me start over. The projected total annual program cost will be based on your experience from the last year?
Correct.
And I guess I misunderstood that the reference there to the projected total annual program cost does not set the next year's cost. Is that correct?
See, I'm not sure what your question is.
I think I had the understanding from reading this was that you would take the cost of the program for the past year and that would be the basis for the cost next year and not the rule.
So the way our budget process works is when we request our budget for the upcoming fiscal year, we look at previous fiscal years, right? So in that sense, it's using prior fiscal year's data, but we're requesting for the next fiscal year. That's our budget request. And what the legislature eventually appropriates or doesn't.
But I think from your testimony earlier, and I just want to make sure this is very clear, you're not saying that your bureau will change the fee every year separate from the rule. That you're not independently changing the fee every year.
Correct.
Okay. That's how I read it. Okay, I'd like to go to demonstrative number 1, please. And thank you very much. And go to slide 3, please. Okay, and this slide says in part that all these components of the program must be in place prior to EPA program authorization. But actually, EPA authorization is only needed for the primacy program, right?
The primacy, when you say
For the surface water of this, I'm sorry, for taking over the NPDES program. That's the only EPA approval needed, correct?
yeah, but they're going to evaluate to ensure that you have funding mechanisms in place, that you can run an effective, fully, full infrastructure program.
Sure. But I mean, my point is that EPA authorization is not needed for the NMPDES program, right?
It is needed for the NMPDES program.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. EPA authorization is not needed for the surface water of the state program, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So the slide is a little incorrect, right?
That statement, but it's partially true. We need EPA approval on all of these core functions for the NMPDES program. And the same is true for the state program. The programs are meant to be aligned so that it doesn't matter if you're, it really only matters where you're discharging, but everything else, all the processes and procedures and fees will be the same.
Well, so are you going to get EPA approval for the surface water of the state program before you implement it?
No.
Okay, I thought that's what you just said, though.
No, I'm saying the programs are aligned to function like the EPA and PDES program, but not, it's the state program, not the federal program.
Okay, well, if you set up the state program, because that has a shorter, the state program has a shorter timeline, right?
In theory.
And let's say that everything goes well. No, there's no appeals. And so you set up the state program, and then you ask EPA to approve New Mexico's NMPDES program, right? And EPA says, I like everything but this one piece of your program. I don't like how you're going to do that. And you have to change that. That could happen, right?
In the absolute worst case scenario, but we're in constant communication with EPA Region 6 and EPA headquarters, and they provided feedback, multiple feedback on our rules, both the state program and the federal, to make sure we're aligning where we need to and meeting the requirements of the EPA program.
Okay, I mean, that's reassuring, because I guess my question was, if EPA says that this part of the program has to be changed, would you then change that same analog part of your state program?
It depends on what the change is. Again, we don't have to align with the federal program, but we want to make it as consistent as possible. So we're not operating differently under each program, and the permittee doesn't have to know differences between each program.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Yeah, and I'll quit beating this dead horse, but this is another one of the blurred spreadsheets, right?
Yes.
That hasn't been disclosed, right? And the same on slide number 7. Oh, actually, slide number 7 is a different question. Sorry, I apologize. So you, in your testimony and in your white paper, you talk about the EPA model a lot, right? That's the basis of your fee structure. Yes. But in your white paper and in your direct testimony, you did not identify or cite the EPA model, right?
I did reference the EPA model. I in both of those.
You said I used an EPA model, but you didn't say, and you can find it at this particular website, and here's the precise name of it, right?
I may have not said the precise name, but I did reference the EPA state program costing model.
That prevents the parties from really understanding the model at that point in the development of the testimony, right?
I know that you all were able to obtain a copy of it based on what was in my direct testimony white paper.
All right, let's go to slide number 8. And this is where we have the annual loaded cost per FTE of 115,170, correct?
Correct. And then that was later adjusted to account for, when we got that number and started the program costing, it was adjusted by 5 points for CPI.
So I've never heard that number before, the 5.6%, until you said it just a little while ago. I mean, I did read that it was a CPI adjusted rate from 2023 to 2025, because in part NMAD said that their costs have gone up. What is the number, the 125,000? What is that number that you ended up with?
100. Oh,
it's not on this slide. Now I'll tell you. I was looking at your direct, where you were talking about how NMAD said the rate per FTE.
So the way that the model works is that you put in an FTE cost, or one individual FTE cost, and then it uses that FTE across all workload drivers or line items. But for the specific ones that accounted for program administration, the ones that we knew there would be more senior level staff involved, and we added a formula into the model itself that added an additional level of effort multiplied by 17.09 per hour to give us the total cost for that particular workload driver.
Okay, yeah, let's talk. Well, I don't think you answered my question, but let me try again. Did the model use the 125,000 number to calculate what the cost would be?
When you say 125,
the per FTE,
it used the per FTE to give us a line item, and then additional costs were made to make up the delta for the senior level staff. Additional costs for the individual line items that we knew more senior staff.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, but are you saying that
did we use the 115 170? Yes.
Okay. And well, but when I did some calculations, the cost divided by the FTEs was like 125,000, which indicates to me that you used that 125,000 in the model.
My assumptions here. Well, there were additional values. So if you did just do the math and the total cost, there are additional costs associated, like the 15,500 for individual staff that were added. So those are additional costs for travel, computer, software, things of that nature. So I don't know if that's what's going off. We did use 115, 170.
Okay, but none of that was really described in any detail in your testimony, right?
I believe my testimony did discuss the use of 115 adjusted at 5.6 and additional costs of 15,500.
It didn't use the number 5.1, 5.6. And let's talk a little bit about the $17.09 per hour for management. And I think you just said that you added a formula to the model to use that additional value, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, how did you decide when to add that surcharge to hours?
When it was program functions that generally are associated with senior level staff, such as program oversight, program administration, things of that.
But none of that's really described in detail in your testimony, is it?
Well, we do say that we added that for senior level staff, and I'm not sure, I don't remember to what level of detail we go to.
That was it. Okay. If we could go to slide 9, please. And I have a question here I don't know if it's for you or Ms. Lemon. Administration of fee program for $291,000. It's right below the red box.
So that is the EPA default number.
Well, no, my question is, what the heck is it? What is administration of fee program? Is it just to collect the money?
The administration of fee program would incorporate all the recalculation of the fees that we're talking about. It is the receiving of the funds. This is an EPA default. We didn't work through the individual, how this is exactly going to work. We took EPA's default on this particular entry, but it is the reassessment, the annual reevaluation of fees that are accounted for, and the receiving of fees.
And one question that I think is on this slide that I'm not sure says, but if you have a existing permit, and this is a more theoretical question, perhaps for Ms. Lemon, if you have an existing permit, why do you need a new permit?
If you continue to discharge, you need a renewal permit, which is considered a renewal.
So there's no grandfathering in, right?
There's nothing to grandfather in, no.
And then slide 17. And this is the state wetlands protection program. And I promise I'm not going to talk very much about this, but in your testimony on page 20 of your direct, I believe, you say that POTWs pay for dredge and fill until the program matures, right?
I do.
Would you agree that the cities could believe that this is not fair?
I do believe that might be as unfair. Now, dredge and fill does have its own associated fees. We don't know how many. Again, we're projecting on how many are going to be, but we did design all these permitting costs to be holistic, and then we tried to make them very proportional, as we tried to demonstrate through that one table where it's 33.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Let's just take a really short break before the next questioner come back at 4:15. Ready, Pam? All right. We are back after a very short break because we have really just 45 minutes more together in this room today. Let's see, is Mr. Parkamenko on the platform?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Do you have questions of this panel?
I do. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Hold on, Mr. Parkamenko. I'm noticing, and I'm sorry about this, that we only have 1/3 of the panel. I've grown astute. Okay, yeah, I'm very sorry. Just hold on, I won't count this time against you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Parkhomenko. We have the witness panel and both counsel.
Very good. Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, thank you very much for this opportunity. Dear panel members, my name is Konstantin Parkhomenko. I am counsel for NTAS, which is a contractor that runs Sandia National Laboratories. And I will attempt to keep my questioning brief and to the point. We've had some hours of excellent questions being done before, and I try to avoid overlap. Now, my first several questions will be to Ms. Eva Zaki Dalit. I hope, did I say that correctly?
No, but it's okay.
Oh, well.
It's Zaki Delit, but
Zaki.
it is absolutely fine.
All right,
Just
I will attempt to say it right. Okay, so Ms. Zaki Delit, would it be fair to say that you are the department's witness on the dredge and fill definitions and the program covering aquatic resources, avoidance, compensatory mitigation, fill material functions, and wetlands?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So first, I'd like to talk a little bit about the concepts of discharge of fill and the sizes. So Ms. Zaki Delit, you sponsored the definition of fill material in your testimony, which includes material that replaces a surface water with dry land or changes the bottom elevation. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't have it right in front of me.
I mean, if you'd like to look at your testimony, that's okay. But
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Dredge and fill. So what was your question again? I'm sorry.
My question was about the definition of what constitutes fill material. My understanding is that includes material that either replaces a surface water with dry land or changes the bottom elevation. Is that correct, or would you like to elaborate on that or change it?
That appears to be correct.
Okay. So by that definition, is it possible for fill material to be clean soil, sand, gravel, or rock?
Potentially, yes.
And under the proposed rule framework, a discharge of fill, which again, we just said can be clean soil, to a surface water of the state requires a permit, right?
In general, yes.
And the rule sets no minimum size of the deposit or disturbance below which a permit is not required. Is that right?
This is true.
So under the rule that you sponsor, there is no size of the disturbance below which placing fill into a surface water of the state escapes that permit requirement, right?
This is potentially true. There's always caveats to these generalized statements.
So what caveats are you thinking about?
exemptions, exclusions, well, exclusions. So if it's a agricultural activity, those kinds of things. So you could potentially discharge and not be required to have a permit. So there are caveats.
But unless you fall into that specific exemption, in theory, there is no minimum size of the disturbance.
That is true.
Let's talk a little bit about the size threshold the rule uses for the purposes of mitigation, but not permit. Now, are you familiar with the rule's compensatory mitigation provisions?
Yes.
Now, my understanding is compensatory mitigation is generally required when impacts exceed 1/10 of an acre of aquatic resources or 3/100 of an acre for certain other resources. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
So the rule actually uses a specific acreage threshold to decide when mitigation becomes mandatory. Is that right?
Yes, with certain caveats.
So the drafters of this proposed rule chose to set that size threshold for when mitigation is owed. And yet, I can't help but notice they set no threshold at all for when a permit is required. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, we do have a type of GP called minor, I think it's minor or minor discharge that has a $0 application fee.
But okay, but the permit would still be required as we've discussed earlier, regardless of disturbance size.
A permit could potentially still be required. However, understanding that that would be a general permit, which is for minimal impacts with minimal review. The review would be commensurate with the impacts.
So as we've just seen, the rule does have an acreage threshold for compensatory mitigation, but not for requiring permits. Doesn't that mean that the rule could have included, in theory, a size floor for the permit requirement, just as it did with mitigation?
Well, requiring a permit and requiring compensatory mitigation is they're two different questions, two different issues, and also the lack of a minimal threshold for when a permit would be required is actually consistent with long-standing regulatory processes across the nation, including the federal program.
All right. So, but we are dealing with the state program here, not a federal program. We are talking about 20.6.2, correct?
That's true.
And so the department could have proposed some de minimis exemptions to exempt small disturbances from these permit requirements, correct?
They could have, but again, as I said, this actually is consistent, not just with the federal program, but with other state programs. The thresholds within the GPs for impacts, et cetera, are planning to be consistent with other programs.
But as the rule is written right now, disturbance below 1/10 of an acre would still require a permit unless it falls into an exemption, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Now, Ms. Zakidelit, under the proposed framework, or rather my understanding of it, An applicant must avoid impacts to aquatic resources to the maximum extent practicable and must perform an alternatives analysis. Is that right?
True, yes, for individual permits.
And I'm curious about this maximum extent practicable concept. My understanding is that it's applied on a case-by-case basis, and the department evaluates and concurs in that judgment. Is that right?
That's true, again, consistent with other regulatory programs that do the same thing.
So how much avoidance is enough? Is left to the department to decide on a case-by-case basis, as the rule is written, correct?
That is incorrect. Actually, how much is practicable would be a determination between the department and the applicant. That is a conversation that the department would have with the applicant. It would depend on all kinds of variables with the project.
But the department is the decision maker in that conversation. I mean, let's be real, correct?
Yes, they are.
And that means the applicant, by looking at the rule alone, without having that conversation with the department, in advance, would not be able to determine how much avoidance is enough, correct?
Ultimately, that's true. However, the applicant still should be looking at avoidance and minimization prior to having the pre-construction notification or reaching out to the department. They should be looking at the project plans and seeing where they can avoid and minimize. And when they come into that pre-application meeting, they should be discussing that with the department to show that they've already looked at avoidance and minimization.
Let's talk a little bit about functional assessment of unclassified features. Now, for dredge and fill, impacts are measured by something called a functional assessment method that identifies baseline conditions and calculates functional loss and lift. Am I understanding that right?
Are you speaking in terms of mitigation?
I'm talking about when you're talking about physically altering land within certain features. Well, how do you actually get at the function of it when there is no numeric water quality standard? For example, you have a dry creek bed. How do you actually go about applying this method to an ephemeral water that's basically dry most of the year?
So first, I would say that unless you are looking at a project that requires compensatory mitigation, I'm not sure why you would perform a functional assessment, because functional assessments are used to determine baseline conditions and then potential lift, so that when you're looking at mitigation, you can prove that the compensatory mitigation actually worked. If you're impacting ephemeral drainage, many functional assessment tools have certain aspects of them that cater to not just those ephemeral features, all sorts of features, and if the project or the site is impacted. So I guess, I hope I answered I'm not sure what exactly you're asking.
Well, I mean, if there is no numeric water quality standard that can be applied to that stream or runoff, whatever channel, whatever you choose to call it, and it has only limited function within the framework of that functional loss inquiry. I'm just struggling to see how you would even begin to apply that method here.
Again, I'm not sure what you're asking. You don't just apply a functional assessment tool just to apply a functional assessment tool. You generally have a goal. And if the goal is compensatory mitigation, then you're going to be using a tool that specifically has capabilities to measure those functions of ephemeral drainages. And then also be able to determine if that required compensatory mitigation is actually functioning at the same level that is, or at the level that's required by whatever is in the mitigation plan.
So,
again, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly.
I mean, how would you even define what is a function of an ephemeral drainage that is dry most of the year?
There are many functional assessment methods across the United States that do exactly that. They measure functions of all kinds of aquatic features, including those that have been completely altered and impacted. So that's part of the development of that functional assessment tool. I can't speak to that because I'm not here to talk about how to develop a functional assessment tool.
Thank you, Ms. Zaki Delit. That was a useful conversation, I believe.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
I'd like to move on to Mr. Connolly now, if that's okay with everybody. Mr. Connolly, can you hear me?
I can.
I'd like to talk to you briefly about fees, which is the body of your testimony. I understand you were the department's witness on what the program will cost to run and on how the fees are set. Is that generally right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, the fee framework that is being proposed is designed to recover the actual cost of administering the program. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I believe the testimony was the program's estimated cost is about 8.37 million per year. Is that right?
8.37 million. Yes, sir.
And that's going to support about 57 staff. Is that right?
That number sounds correct. Yeah.
All fees are supposed to be deposited into the Water Quality Management Fund. And used to administer and operate the program?
Yes, sir. That is my understanding.
And so the fees you would like to receive, ideally, would offset that program's entire cost, which, as we mentioned before, is about 8.37 million. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, in your testimony, I believe you broke the program cost into different components. Is that right?
Yes.
So I think there was a point source permitting for about 2.41 million. Is that right?
Let me look here, but if you're reading it from my white paper or my testimony, that is correct.
I'm reading it from my notes, which came from your testimony, but you're welcome to check any of the numbers if they sound wrong or correct me.
Permitting at just the permitting aspect. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you looking for individual component of the cost or just the overall permitting?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the components of that total cost. So that 8.37 was broken down into various components, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And then there was a compliance, inspections, and assistance. Correct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure we get the yes for recording purposes. It's easier to read the transcript that way. And then we have the enforcement support component. I think it was about 2.17 million, right?
Yes, sir.
And so let's talk about that enforcement support for a second. That enforcement support funds the department's enforcement against violators, right?
No. Any fees collected in relation to enforcement actions do not go to fund the program, as that would be considered a conflict of interest. That would encourage aggressive enforcement. So no, sir.
So I'm misunderstanding that a part of the fees coming in are going to fund enforcement activities.
Yes, the fees are funded. Yes, the permitting annual fees do fund enforcement support, but fees related to enforcement do not fund enforcement.
Right. So, but a portion of the permit fees,
yes,
funds enforcement activity.
Yes, sir.
And so some percentage of every permittee's fee under this scheme would pay for the department to inspect and prosecute other parties, right?
Yes, sir. It pays for the infrastructure to implement the program.
And so that portion of the fee would then buy the permittee themselves no service, correct?
It depends on how you define service. I think ensuring a fair and equitable playing field for various businesses, municipalities is a service. I believe enforcing and inspecting facilities to ensure they are living up to their obligations under state, federal requirements is a service.
But the bottom line is it funds activities related to other parties, but not to the permittee themselves, unless they happen to violate something in the future and you need to enforce against them.
I disagree. Again, I believe that it is providing a service for everyone. If you're saying that the permittee doesn't derive a direct benefit from it, I disagree. I think if you're subject to rules, you want to ensure everyone else is subject to rules.
Let's move on. I believe in your testimony, sir, you used the United States Environmental Protection Agency's NPDES program costing model. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where the inputs for that model were uncertain, you used your best professional judgment to avoid underestimating resource needs. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. We used estimates, and in some cases, they were conservative estimates. And where there was uncertainty that existed, we used EPA default based on their model development process in conjunction with 14 states, EPA headquarters, and regional permitting teams and other stakeholders.
Can you, when you said you used, I didn't quite catch what you said. E-data something. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. For each of the workload drivers or the individual line items, EPA does provide a default LOE. So if you enter in your permitting universe, it's going to say, well, you're going to drafts 20% of those permits annually and give you projected costs for that particular line item. In compliance and enforcement, it assumes a certain percentage will be inspected annually based on the fact if they're a major or a minor. There are default assumptions based on your permitting universe of how many permitted entities you'll have to go out and respond to. We used EPA default assumptions on what percentage of compliance actions might turn into enforcement actions, and so on and so forth. So there are, based on state data and a comprehensive exercise with many stakeholders involved, EPA has come up with some assumptions that can be used by states to estimate program costs.
And when you said you used conservative assumptions for this purpose, does that mean heading towards the higher number in cost?
No, not necessarily. For example, and I believe this is, I think this is the case with a lot of my entries. I believe we can be a lot more efficient. For example, EPA assumes 3,600 hours for general permit development, and we are assuming 1,800 hours for general permit development. Because personally, I think we can generate permits significantly faster than 3,600 hours.
Okay. So what happens if that assumption is wrong and the EPA is actually correct? Or put another way, what if you were erring and decided? What if you decided that your estimate was, what if your estimate turns out to be too optimistic? I guess is the question, and the cost is actually not sufficient, but should be higher.
NMED will be underfunded.
So where would the funds come from then?
They would not come from anywhere. They would be underfunded.
And what would happen if the program was underfunded?
They would not be able to provide a service commensurate with program expectations.
So fair to say there will be delays in permits?
Permit delays would probably be the most obvious. Compliance assistance is usually one of the first things that drop off. If you don't have capacity, it's really hard to send staff to assist permittees and filling out applications and figuring out where they should monitor to have representative samples and such. So yeah, there's a lot of things that would potentially fall.
And let's talk a little bit about your testimony regarding fees. So you said, I believe that the fees can go up every 3 years based on the consumer price index?
That is correct.
And so if inflation keeps increasing, in theory, then the fees would also keep increasing, right?
That's dependent on a couple variables, but if legislative funding stayed the same, that is correct.
Sir, you have conducted, I believe, more than 1,200 compliance inspections. Is that right?
Yeah, roughly. I spent the better part of my younger career in the field 2 weeks of every month, conducting 5 inspections a week.
And at one point, you were a lead instructor for the EPA's NPDES program?
Yes, sir. I currently am as well.
So you definitely understand the difference between an agency's cost to run a program and cost estimates for regulated parties to comply with a program, right?
I understand costs to implement the program. I do understand there's a difference between costs for a state to implement a program and for permittees to comply with a program.
Right, of course. So we just talked about costs, estimated costs for the state to run the program, and the possible consequences if those estimates are off. Is that right?
Yes.
But to your knowledge, did anybody look at how much it would cost for average regulated parties to comply with this program?
Well, we certainly looked at what the permitting fees would be, and for the facilities that are currently regulated under NPDES program that may be under the NMPDES program or the State Waters program, those costs would not change significantly.
But would it be fair to say that
other than the fees, permitting fees? Oh, sorry.
It's harder for him to see you. Go ahead, Mr. Parkamenko.
May I ask how much time I have left?
Oh, you have enough time that I'm going to have to ask you to pick it up in the morning. We can really just go another 10 minutes.
I believe that might be enough to conclude with this witness.
Terrific.
So, sir, would it be fair to say that costs of compliance are a larger category than just permitting fees?
Yes, I believe that if your permit requires you to monitor, you're going to have to implement monitoring, reporting. There will be costs that the permittee takes on as a result of receiving that permit.
So does your testimony address, for example, the costs of preparing an alternatives analysis or a functional assessment or the cost of compensatory mitigation or the cost to a landowner of actually doing a study and trying to figure out whether a feature is jurisdictional or not?
It does not.
Now let's talk about the fee structure and how it's calibrated briefly. My understanding is the fee structure is calibrated to permit type, facility size, and discharge characteristics and regulatory complexity.
Yes, sir.
And so the program is capable of scaling those obligations regarding fees to the size of the activity. And yet it chose not to do that same kind of scaling for the permits requirements themselves. Is that right?
I don't know that I fully understand the question. Generally, I will say that permits for smaller facilities have generally less monitoring and reporting requirements. For de minimis discharges, monitoring and reporting may be significant, very low. For larger facilities, you are going to have increased reporting, monitoring, inspection frequencies. There is some scaling, but we did not scale the protection of water quality based on the financial capabilities of an entity. The program implements regulatory requirements that currently meet EPA's minimum federal expectations and New Mexico's expectations for protecting the designated and beneficial uses of the surface waters. And I reiterate, we, as a permit writer, you do consider cost when you are generating your permit requirements. They are generally not going to be the driver. The driver is going to be your objective as a permit writer to protect the surface waters of the state and waters of the U.S. Costs do get considered when you factor in things like technology-based effluent limits, which For those that don't know, there are two types of effluent limits: water quality based and technology based. Both have to be considered in the application of limits in a permit. One does not consider cost. They have to meet water quality criteria after the discharge and mixing with the receiving water. And the other one essentially does consider cost and says, more or less, you need to do what you are technically capable and financially capable of achieving. And those factors do get considered in the development of permit requirements. But I will say, you take those for the same parameter, compare them, and take the more stringent of the two. So there is some scaling, but not scaling to, you're not like, this is a smaller facility so they can discharge less clean water, or I'm not sure.
Right. So, I mean, obviously the rule language speaks for itself, right? But I'm just calling the attention to differences. In some respects, here, the rule has quite nuanced scalability, and in others, it's binary. And that was my entire point here. I will conclude my questioning for the day, because I would rather not start on Ms. Lemon, because I would rather not be interrupted, if that's okay with Madam Hearing Officer.
That's fine, thank you. We will end for the day, reconvene in this room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.